Hi, hello, how is it going? Hi. Today we are continuing the book reading stream from last week. I'm very excited about that. I am. Let me pull up chat so I have it. I'm gonna pop this out. Make this one bigger. Yeah, I didn't feel like going back to the bedroom, you know. It feels like the bedroom is like, a little stifling right now, Bedroom feels like, it feels like just chatting. I feel like when the bedroom scene is on, like I want to talk more. When this is on, it's like less distraction. It's like, okay, I'm like in it right now. Plus, it's like, I think while reading this book, we need to be outside. I don't like the bedroom. It makes me feel like I'm in a prison with Janie. I don't really like that. But thank you. Yes, let's get into it. I want to jump into this book right away. I don't even want to waste time. Can't waste time. Let me make sure everything is working. Yeah, we're good. Don't want to waste time tonight. Hopefully everything is fine. Yeah, I don't want to waste any time tonight. I just want to get into it because I've been thinking about this book since last week. If you weren't here, last week we started The Face on the Milk Carton, which is a story by Carolyn B. Cooney, who is so loony, absolutely. Because sorry, it sounded like someone's breaking into my house. She wrote about this girl, Janie, who sees her own face from childhood on a milk carton at school and starts to develop the idea that maybe she was kidnapped at 3 years old. And I am very excited to see what happens. Last time that we left off, Janie, what was Janie doing? She was kissing a boy. She has no business doing that. She was kissing a boy who is her childhood neighbor. I mean, she says that he's like childhood friends with him. Honestly, they seem very, very close. Like they could be childhood best friends. She was kissing the boy next door, and she was very happy about that. They went on some fuck ass trip to a football game with her other best friend and this boy. I don't know. And Janie's over here with her fucking family, who are being weird and dodgy because Janie, one of her classes, I think it's her English class, I can't quite remember. Her English class will be taking a trip to Spain, I think it was. So she needs to go get a passport. That's another thing, because she already asked her mother, hey mom, can I see my birth certificate? Because, technically I'm gonna be 16 pretty soon. At least that's what Janie. I forgot about that too, until you reminded me. They were sucking fingers at the football game. They were feeding each other. They were feeding each other food and sucking, and Janie was licking that boy's fingers. in front of their parents and crazy. That's white people shit. It's really fucking crazy because never in my life could I imagine. Honestly, I can't even imagine like kissing my partner in front of my parents. Like I can't even think about it. Not because I think they're gonna be weird, but it's just like uncomfortable. Like I don't want to be kissing my partner in front of you guys. Like I can't even like think about it, you know? Like I wouldn't even be able to consider it. But they're over there licking fingers, licking fingers. Janie over there is eating some cake off that boy's fingers in front of her parents, her kidnapping parents. Well, we don't know that for sure, but her mom was being super dodgy about getting her birth certificate. Her mom was like, "Oh, Janie, like we can't go to the bank. Like, oh, your birth certificate's at the bank. Oh, we can't go to the bank. It's too late to go to the bank right now to go get your birth certificate." Weird. Weird, strange and weird, weird and strange. Janie has never seen her birth certificate before. She also has never seen pictures of herself as a baby, which she starts thinking about. She's like, wow, it's weird that I've never seen pictures of myself as a baby. Like, my parents have all these pictures of me, but they don't have pictures of me as a baby. That's strange. Like, and she's an only child, so it's even more strange that they don't have any pictures of her as a baby because she is an only child. Odd. Very strange. Her mom throws a fit over the birth certificate, but little does her mom know her whole English class is about to go on that trip to Spain, and Janie wants to go too, so they are gonna need that birth certificate in order to get her that passport. Absolutely. So Janie's about to ask about that pretty soon. She needs to. She really needs to. But Janie has yet to call the number on the milk carton because she is grappling with the fact that her parents have not been abusive to her, so she doesn't understand how her parents could be kidnappers. Like, she is in disbelief that her parents could be kidnappers because, you know, she's always heard stories about kidnappers being people that abuse you, right? People that hurt you. And Janie's like, my parents have never hurt me. They love me. They love me down. Like, they don't even like yell at me. Like, I don't really understand like how my parents could be kidnappers. I mean, they dress so nice. My mom looks beautiful. Like, I always thought the kidnappers were evil people that looked ugly. Like, my parents aren't like that, which I thought was so smart. Like, I'm actually down for this because, like I said last time, a lot of people play into, what's the word for it? I'm forgetting the term for it, but they play into like beauty politics where it's like, oh, if someone's ugly, that automatically means that they're evil. But it's like, beautiful people are evil. Beautiful people are evil. Attractive people are demons. Like, that is something that people grapple with constantly, where it's like, oh, I never could have expected this happened with this person. I mean, they're so good looking. They were so nice to me. It's like, yeah, evil people can be nice to you. That's how they get you. That's how they hurt you, actually. So Janie's been grappling with this and she refuses to call the number on the milk carton, even though she cut out the milk carton with her face on it. And she's been keeping that in her little notebook away from her friends and away from her family. But you know, Janie also realized that like the date on the milk carton, but Inu, I mean, yes, Billy, you're correct. And Inu, you're also correct. But a lot of people don't believe that they would fall into a cult, even though a vast majority of people are in cults already in some way, shape, or form. Once again, Kalshi has a lot of people by the throat, and yet they are saying, I'm not in a cult. You buy every single Supreme item. Interesting. Interesting. Like, you have never missed a Nido drop. Interesting, interesting. You know every single Starbucks item by heart? Like the whole menu by heart? Interesting. 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 A lot of people are susceptible to cults but would not admit that to themselves because people see themselves as better than people that have been manipulated, when in fact you're not better. But that's neither here nor there. So I appreciate the book kind of taking us through Janie's mindset because she thinks she's better than somebody else that would have been kidnapped, because she's like, well, I just don't understand how that could have happened to me. Like, wouldn't I have fought back? when I have done something, which is something that Janie literally said in a previous chapter, she's like, I think I would have run away. It's like, Janie, I don't know if you would have run away, actually. I don't know if you would have done that, Janie. But she thinks that she would have. If I was being kidnapped, I would have run away from my attackers. It's like, I don't know, Janie. You might not have, actually. And that's a really tough pill to swallow. But what else was I talking about? But yeah, Janie is coming to Janie was coming to all these realizations. You know, she was even thinking about her age. Like, if she actually was kidnapped at 3 years old, she would be younger than what her parents told her. So she wouldn't actually be turning 16. She would be 14 or 13. She would be like 14. Which, you know, is complicated for the boy that she's with because he thinks that girl is going to turn 16 and he's 17, so they'd be like a year apart. But actually, if Janie was kidnapped, she would be like 14 and he's like 17, which is a bad. I mean, like, he doesn't know that she is kidnapped. Like, he has no idea. But like, we kind of get the. I mean, like, I think the book is trying to like take me for a ride, but like, I do think her parents kidnapped her. I think her parents kidnapped her because that was a weird ass response that her parents have been giving her. I think it's weird. I think it's weird. Sorry, people are doing fireworks. I don't know. Is there a holiday coming up? I guess the 4th of July, but people are doing fireworks outside of my house. Um, I don't know, that response was weird. I've never had that response in my life. Every time I've asked my parents for documents about me being a child, they've never react like that. So I'm like, I think you kidnapped that kid. I think you kidnapped that kid. I do. And we had a great conversation in the Discord about it. And we'll see whether or not those theories come true. Obviously, we're not going to be able to finish this book tonight. I think next stream we will finish this book. I think we're gonna get like 60% of the way tonight because I'll probably read like 6 more chapters. But there's like, what, 18 chapters in this book? I think. Yeah, there's like 18 chapters in this book. So I'm not gonna finish it tonight. I can't finish it. I got work tomorrow. Unfortunate, but true. So um, as always, if you have never heard me read before, I'm going to just kind of get into it. I'm just gonna get into it. I like to pause as I read in order to commentate on stuff. If that bothers you, there is in fact audiobooks out there and you don't have to listen to me do anything. If you're going to request a redeem, just know that I'm probably going to keep reading until kind of get into it. It's not a just chatting ASMR night, so I'm pretty focused on the book. Yeah. And I think that's about it. Get as comfy as you need. I'll be on the edge of my seat because this book has got me in a chokehold. And let's start. I'm so excited. All right, chapter 7. She came home to an empty house. Mondays or hospital volunteer days for her mother. Her father would be coaching at the middle school until dark. When did the bank close? Janie went into her mother's study. Oh, I got a cough. I got a cough. Janie went into her mother's study. She had a vague idea of finding the key to the safe deposit box and going to the bank herself. The desk had 2 deep file drawers. The upper one was crammed with volunteer-related materials, all her mother's committees, boards, and causes. Girl Scouts, that was ancient history. Hospital volunteers, literary volunteers, nature conservation board. Janie had never even heard of this one. Parent-teacher association, in alphabetical order. The files went on and on. There was something very reassuring about those files, full of her mother's time and energy and caring. the paper memories of meetings, fundraisers, and suburban routines that made the world a better place to live in. The frightening daymares of last week had not come back. Janie was more irritated than anything else, wanting to set aside the milk carton idea. Driver's licenses and passports were of much greater importance. If she could just see the birth certificate, she could extract herself from this dumb idea. In the bottom drawer would be the files marked bills, income tax, insurance forms. The bottom drawer was locked. She found the lock strangely frightening. Her mother did not lock up jewelry nor silver, so why lock the file drawer? What robber would care about her last year's bills? No key was mixed up in the pile of paper clips and index tabs lying in the shallow pencil drawer. Upstairs, Janie changed into old jeans and a sweatshirt. She found herself checking corners of her room for reassurance. Yes, her t-shirt collection was intact. Yes, her bumper sticker collection was still in its shoebox. Yes, her Barbie dolls still lay silent in their carrying case at the back of the closet. I should put them in the attic, she thought. They're clutter. I want my room to be more streamlined than it is. The attic. Boxes and trunks. Whenever they went up those dark stairs for things like Christmas decorations, Janie would ask what was in those boxes gathering dust in the corners. Junk, her mother always replied. Someday, we'll toss it. Now it occurred to Janie that her mother, everybody's favorite chairwoman, was supremely organized. If she had intended to toss it, or if it really were junk, it would have never gone into the attic. She would have donated it to the Salvation Army. Janie opened the door to the attic stairs. Cold drafts like winter coming sifted down on her face like dust. The roof creaked. Hi-yo. She climbed the stairs. I've never been up here alone, she thought suddenly. If I ever needed my old Halloween costumes or my last year's winter boots, Mom went up for them. At the bottom of the stairs, the draft made the door shut. Janie whirled when it slammed. Her heart was pounding. She crept down the stairs in case it was an intruder. Of course, it was nothing. Putting books on each side of the door to hold it open, she went back up. The attic was poorly lit. The previous owners had remodeled the kitchen, dining room, and bathrooms. But nobody had done anything up here, not even dust. The attic felt as old as time. Eaves ran down toward the floor and made dark corners. On most boxes, her mother's neat handwriting spelled out the contents. J. Handmade sweaters. Janie smiled and opened that one. The sick scent of mothballs filled the attic, child sizes long outgrown. The sweaters reeked of memory as well as mothballs. The Christmas tree sweater, cream and green, brought back third grade in a rush of sound and color. That Christmas, they'd gone to Disney World. She'd needed the sweater. It was cold in Orlando that year. She remembered sitting in the whirling teacup with her parents, clinging to her father's chest, shrieking in delight and dizziness. Billy Wadler, a mean, big fourth grader, had teased her mercilessly all January about wearing a Christmas tree sweater. Billy had grown up into a really terrific guy. He took out his aggressions in sports now and was nice to girls. Sarah Charlotte had always yearned for Billy. Janie smiled. and closed the cardboard box. It was hard to interfold the 4 cardboard pieces as neatly as her mother had done. She coughed from the mothballs. The next box said F, ski boots. Her father, Frank. She hadn't known her father skied. Maybe they'd do that this winter. She'd ask. She'd wondered why he'd given it up. Too expensive? Too dangerous? The whole quest was beginning to feel quite silly. What a good thing that she had not explained anything to Sarah Charlotte, nor asked anything of her mother. Up against the very back, hidden by 2 neatly stacked rows of cardboard boxes, old jigsaw puzzles, and fishing equipment, a black trunk had been pushed. She remembered the fishing equipment birthday. Her father had gone out twice, but he was not the fisherman type. He disliked solitary sports. How disappointed he had been when his only daughter preferred a social life to soccer. She was smiling when she reached the black trunk. Probably my baby clothes, she thought. If Mom saved all my sweaters, I bet she saved all my baby clothes. It was such a nice thought. Janie could hardly wait to see them. Ainsi, sweet, smock things she loved to look at in stores. The trunk was big and cheap. Tongue twisters. The sort you bought from Sears or Montgomery Ward, metal trim now tarnished. It was locked. A label taped to the top. A single letter written on it. H. Who was H? Her mother was Miranda. Her father, Frank. She was Jane. None of the 4 grandparents had been an H either. An old Christmas tree holder, 3 splayed feet, and a cup for the trunk lay gathering cobwebs. Janie wedged its metal foot behind the long, narrow lock plate of the trunk and yanked. The lock broke. How old it must be, thought Janie. It's rusted through. She lifted the heavy lid carefully, tilting it back against the wall. The trunk was filled with papers and photographs. She was immediately bored. Old school reports, old term papers, old fill-in-the-blank maps and quizzes. Somebody named Hannah. She had never heard of anybody named Hannah. How could an unknown Hannah merit this stack of attention? Janie felt irritable and coughed again from the dust and the mothballs. Beneath a 6th grade report on the beginning of mankind, Mesopotamia, in a sheaf of mimographed maps where Hannah had wrongly penciled in Germany on France, was an old school photograph. Janie recognized the cardboard folder immediately, the kind that offered your parents 6 different purchase agreements, so many wallet sizes, so many 8x10s. She flipped open to see what Hannah looked like. A pretty girl, perhaps 12 or 13, looked back at her. Sweet, blonde, mild. The kind Sarah Charlotte would refer to as a used rag doll. Sarah Charlotte's mean. Sarah Charlotte is mean. What the hell? Not much stuffing in that one, Sarah Charlotte liked to say of the girls who were short on personality. The dust was annoying Janie's lungs. It would be the pits if it turned out she had a dust allergy along with a milk allergy. How would she survive this world if everything made her choke and cough? From behind all the papers, a little piece of fabric stuck up. White cloth. Tiny, dark polka dots. With hands of ice, Janie plucked at the material, shifting the layers of school papers until she could pull it up. It was the dress on the milk carton. Oh, girl, you better call that number. Call that number. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know. Okay, if you have a good relationship with your parents, obviously, if you have a bad relationship with your parents, you never experience this. I have a good relationship with my parent, right? But like, I have seen so many baby clothes. I have seen so many baby clothes, so many of my baby clothes, so many. Like, my parent still has all my baby clothes, still has like a huge majority of my baby clothes. I know exactly where they are. They're in the fucking garage. I know exactly where they are. And like deep down and like old shit that I have. They have like my first ever like shoes that they bought for me. They love to show me pictures. Like, I just can't imagine again being an only child. And mind you, like, I am not an only child, but like being an only child and your parents have never shown you baby pictures. Your parents have never even shown you, like, your parents have never even shown you, like, any of your baby clothes. That's crazy. That's interesting. You have to go searching in the attic for them? Interesting. Also, it's like double crazy. It's like double crazy to kidnap a child and then keep the evidence. Like, that is actually, which I mean, obviously makes sense. That obviously makes sense for the kidnappers because you know how they are. Not kidnappers, but evil people. Like, they like having like trophies. I feel like that was their trophy. Like, the dress was the trophy. I mean, obviously, the kid is a trophy, right? Because it's like you're always interacting with the kid. So you're always like reliving that moment of like, oh yeah, we stole this fucking kid. But like, why would you keep the fucking dress? I mean, I know why, again, trophy. But it's like, why would you keep the fucking dress? Throw that shit away. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why would you keep the fucking dress? I am confused. Who is Hannah though? This doesn't make sense. Who is Hannah? I'm trying to think of your theory, Inu, before we move on to the next chapter. Your theory that you talked about in Discord, where it's like, okay, maybe like the parents were friends. Like, maybe the parents were friends with the woman that they stole the baby from, and maybe that's Hannah. But then like, why would they have her like child? She's like 12 in those pictures, so like, why would they have a 12-year-old girl that's not Janie? Because Janie was like 3 when they stole her. So like, why would they have a 12-year-old girl's picture? Was that the last kid that they stole? Oh my god. Wait, new theory. What if Hannah is like the last girl that they stole, but it didn't work out with Hannah? They killed Hannah. I don't know. I don't know if this family would do murder. I don't know, but I don't know them. I know, Inu, we're working on the same. I know you just typed it, but like, I just said it too. I'm like, what if, I don't know, like, would they do murder? I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if they're the murdering type. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I guess. I was about to be like, I guess, I mean, people can do anything. But it's like, why would they do this? They're so rich. I'm so confused. Like, why would they do this? They're so wealthy. Like, I'm not even saying, like, okay, I'm still so confused as to, like, why they would even kidnap anybody in the first place. Because this family is so wealthy. They have, like, a two bedroom, big ass kitchen, big ass big ass living room, 2 bedroom upstairs, downstairs, and attic. So this place is like generally big. Obviously, I don't know what this place looks like, but it's like the way she describes it. I mean, this girl's bedroom is massive. She has the master bedroom and it's huge. And even the second bedroom has enough space for mom and dad. It's not like a tiny ass house. This is a big ass house with like also a driveway. It's a big ass fucking house. Like, I'm so confused. I'm like, why didn't they just adopt a child? Like, why are they kidnapping? I'm so confused. Because I'm like, they're wealthy. They're wealthy enough to have ski money. Ski money. Do you know how expensive skiing is as a sport or as an activity? I mean, like, I don't ski because I'm disabled, but like, I have friends that ski because I have like rich friends or like rich acquaintances, I should say. They're not really my friends. I have like rich acquaintances. Like, skiing is such a rich man's sport. Like, it's such a rich man's activity. Like, people think golfing is. Ski stuff is so fucking expensive. They have that shit in the fucking attic. That means they did that shit frequently. like, but it's like, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm gonna need them to start speaking about this. I need Janie to confront her parents like expeditiously because I'm confused. Chapter 8. Let's just get into it. We need another chapter. We need one more chapter. Every single chapter just leaves me more confused. Chapter 8. For supper, her mother had made pot roast with potatoes, turnips, onions, and a rich, dark, thick gravy. I got a snowboard for 50 secondhand and I would go nightboarding. He had a tiny resort, so it was cheap. I doubt they're gonna go to a tiny resort. This family doesn't give me tiny resort. I mean, the whole class is going to Spain. Like, I mean, we talked about this last time, but it's like, okay, this is a school district in which, also, mind you, I can't remember that boy's name. The boy that Janie was kissing, he has a Jeep and he's 17. Like, a Jeep is his first car. You know what I'm saying? Like a Jeep is his first car. Like this school district, like casually the class can go to like Spain. Like this is not like a middle class district. This is a wealthy upper class district. And these parents are kidnapping? Like I'm confused. Like that's the part that confuses me. And like everybody in class, like nobody in class was like, oh, I'm not going. Like everybody was going, you know what I mean? It was kind of like a foregone conclusion. It wasn't like one kid that's like, oh, I can't afford it. It's like, oh, no, everybody's going on this trip. Like, this is like wealthy. It was like a wealthy ass neighborhood, you know? I didn't even think about that. Like, you know, I didn't even think about the boy that she was kissing or her next door neighbor. I can't remember his name for the life of me. Like his first car, I completely skipped over the fact that his car is a Jeep. Like first car, the kid's 17. He's like whipping that hoe. Like he was whipping that shit last time. Like that's his first car. Like for all that he's complaining about school, I mean every single one of his siblings like went to like Princeton, like Yale, Harvard. Those are expensive schools. Like this is not a cheap ass neighborhood. I didn't even clock that before because I was too focused on Janie being kidnapped. Okay, let's log back in. I'll just restart. For supper, her mother had made a pot roast with potatoes, turnips, onions, and a rich, dark, thick gravy. Janie had no appetite. The smell, which ordinarily would have brought her into the kitchen with her father, moaning and clutching at things, pretending starvation and deprivation, made her ill. She ate nothing. Janie, honey, don't you feel well? She shook her head. I'm fine. "Oh, what can I fix you then?" said her mother. "Would you rather have soup and toast?" "I'd rather have a McDonald's cheeseburger," said Janie. "I hate this old-fashioned, heavy-duty, mom in the kitchen stuff with gravy." It was like stabbing her mother. She had to look away from the hurt on her face. "My child of this century," her mother struggled to make a joke of it. "Pizza Hut is better than my chicken pot pie, and a McDonald's cheeseburger beats out my pot roast." Her father had seconds and then thirds to make his wife feel better. He complimented her extravagantly on the texture and flavor of the gravy. Janie knew they were waiting for her to take the initiative and apologize, so they didn't have to tell her to. "How was school?" said her father. "Oh, school." I think she's just doing it because she's upset about what she found. And because she just said earlier, like, she loves her mother's cooking, like, she likes eating. She's just doing it. I mean, in earlier chapters, she thinks they cook great, so she's just doing it to hurt her mom and her dad, to be honest. Because she's like, what the fuck did I find there? But she's not strong enough to, like, call the police, so she'd rather just hurt them with jabs, which makes sense. She's 14. That's what a 14-year-old would do. Her father drew a long breath. "Well, we had a great practice. Can't wait for the next game. Lincoln Middle School graduated all its competitions, so we ought to slaughter 'em. Janie, I want you to come. You haven't seen my team play yet. How about coming to tomorrow's game?" He was as eager as a little boy to show off his team. "I could put an ad in the Sunday classifieds down there in New Jersey," thought Janie. What could I say? Need more details. Describe Jeannie Spring. Who was Hannah? But that would give those New Jersey parents hope that I exist, that I am out here, and I miss them, and I want them. I exist, but I don't want different parents. I like everything exactly the way it is. How can I have a mother or father or both that I don't miss and don't want? Am I some kind of monster? But now that I know that they're out there, how can I leave them hanging, never knowing that I'm fine? Why am I fine? How could mother and daddy do it? Are they monsters? Her father pulled her thick red hair back into a ponytail and brushed his face with it. "Come on, Janie," he coaxed. "I need you out there cheering. Bring a crowd. Make all those high school kids come and yell for us." "Daddy, don't pull on my hair like that." She tugged herself free. Now she had hurt her father as well. He loves me, she thought. How could love arise from a crime like kidnapping? "Well, there's a great movie on tonight," said her mother. "Want to watch it with me?" "Can't. Too much homework." Janie left the table, clearing her entirely clean plate. She went up to her room, shutting her door firmly. She tried to put her parents out of her mind, but Janie was peace-loving. The little fight stuck her like needles. She calmed herself, going through her clothes, deciding what to wear tomorrow. There was an honors breakfast. The marking period had ended. The first quarter was over. It seemed to her they were shooting through fall, rocketing toward winter, that Christmas would have arrived before she had even gotten her winter coat out. She was in the mood for an entire new wardrobe. She wondered if her mother would take her shopping. Shopping. Memory struck like an axe. It was the clearest day Mariette, complete with dialogue. They were clothes shopping. They. Who were they? She could not quite see them, but she could hear them. "No, you can't have that, Jeannie. You've got loads of hand-me-downs." "But, Mommy, not now. Can't you see I'm busy with the twins?" "But, Mommy, no. You don't need a patent leather handbag." Jeannie stomping all by herself, finding that store with those high, swiveling stools, sitting at the counter, swinging herself in circles, pushing herself by the edge of the counter. The counter was a pale, greenish, flecked formica. The napkins popped out of a little stainless steel box. The woman with long, shiny hair sat next to her. Bought her a sundae. Toward 8 o'clock, her father knocked on her door. Kitten, may I come in? Sure. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because I think in another unfortunate like PTSD moment, like Janie was remembering like being in a house that was not her house, and it was like strewn with like kids toys. But like she remembers her, I'm assuming that's her mom, like her real mom, like dealing with another child. And I think it would make sense that Janie got stolen if her mom was busy with other kids. Like her, like how I can't remember who said this. I think the boy who she's kissing, his mom said something like, "Oh, every parent's worst nightmare or every mother's worst nightmare is you turn your head for a second while you're working on something and somebody can steal your kid." So I wonder if that's what happened to her, or her mom, really. It's like, oh, she was just turned around for 1 second and they got her. Because I mean, we don't know how many kids her mom has, or her biological mother has. Who was that woman? Thought Janie. My mother downstairs? Another wife of Daddy's? The shopping mother? She called me Jeannie, and I answered. It was my name. Her father entered tentatively, as if he did not know her or the room. Something's wrong, honey. Why are you mad at us? He was a big man, lean, able to have seconds on gravy without a thought. He had gone gray early, but lost no hair. The mass of gleaming, silvery hair was distinguished. She said evenly, "Why would you think that?" "Because you are. You're hostile and mean. What's going on?" "You tell me." She wanted to force answers out of him, but she did not want to ask the questions. They screamed at each other, and theirs was not a screaming family. Janie could not remember when she had thrown ugly words at her parents. But in the morning, she had to rush to school for the honors breakfast. Jelly donuts, orange juice, and coffee supplied by the Parent-Teacher Association for anybody with the grades. It was dumb and embarrassing, but nobody ever missed it. You didn't get the rounds of applause for a B average that you got for playing football, nor the spotlight for a terrific term paper that you got for jazz band. You had to settle for a jelly donut and one line in the newspaper listing. Thank you, Billy. Reeve, that's his name. Reeve was there. The boy she was macking on. Reeve, said everybody, staggering around, clutching their hearts, running to the principal to double check the honors list. This is Reeve, our Reeve? Reeve, whose arms have never been weighed down with those paper and cardboard things known as books? Drop dead, said Reeve. But he was grinning. Janie beamed at him. Reeve, I didn't know you were doing so well, she accused him. You made me think you were going to have to repeat your entire academic year. Reeve shrugged like a little kid. I wasn't sure I could get the grades, he admitted to her. I never tried before. Grades are what Megan and Lizzie and Todd do, not me. Mr. McCain? Sarah Charlotte said to the principal. Did Reeve pay you off, or is he just a misprint on the honors list? Sarah Charlotte is kind of a bitch, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, she's like consistently like awful. Like, you can't even be happy for your fucking homie. Like, come on now. Reeve studied brilliantly, said the principal. Reeve is becoming a fine, fine student indeed, just like. Don't let McCain say, just like his sister and brother, thought Janie. It will ruin it for Reeve. Let this be Reeves, not some spin off. Just like me, she said, striking a center stage pose and flinging her vast quantity of red hair around. Oh, yeah, said Sarah Charlotte. You who sneak in here with exactly 0.1% above the minimum. Reeve, if you're gonna imitate anybody, imitate me. She flirted madly with him, seizing his wrist and beginning to dance wildly. Reeve grinned. Joyfully, the PTA president announced that it was time to sit down. What a fine, fine chance for all you brilliant young people to get to know each other better and find new friends, she said, trying to make them talk to people they didn't want to talk to. She had no success. It's fucking weird that she would even be flirting with him, because, like, doesn't Sarah Charlotte know that, like, Janie likes Reeve? Like, what? Girl? Anyway. Anyway, so, whatever. It appeared that nobody wanted any new friends. With much grumbling, they tried to shuffle place cards and sit with their old friends. PTA mothers intervened. Janie ended up at a table with all juniors and seniors, none of whom she knew. She looked yearningly for somebody to switch with, but Reeve had landed with seniors who were giving him a ritually hard time for having joined academic ranks, and Sarah Charlotte was lost in the crowd. Introduce yourselves to the person next to you, Caroled. My bad. No, that's what it was. Caroled. Caroled? Caroled? I think it was Caroled. I don't know why I was saying it like that. Caroled, the PTA mother. Janie was very glad that her own mother had been president when Janie was in middle school, and she had been spared this humiliation. She knew who the PTA president's kid was just by checking out the hunched shoulders. Hi, I'm Dave, said the boy next to her dutifully. Janie. Tell me about yourself, dictated the PTA mother, as if they were memorizing lines from a play. Tell me about yourself, repeated Dave. Well, I was kidnapped at age 3 from a shopping center in New Jersey. Janie panicked. Had she said that out loud? Had those words really fallen out of her mouth? No, surely not. Just the basics, said Dave teasingly. This isn't an autobiography for advanced comp. Where you were born, who are your parents, how long you've lived in Connecticut, that kind of thing. Location drop. They're in Connecticut. We didn't know that before. We did not know that before. The room shifted and the table slanted. She wondered why the coffee did not spill, why the donuts did not slide to the floor. Dave blurred when she tried to face him. Parents and Hannah, kidnaps and cars drove through her eyes and crashed to the back of her brain. I play tennis a lot. She's afraid of you, said a senior girl. Gee, that's great. Dave, you're not only an honor student, you're a big bad wolf. The older kids all dropped their voices an octave. You're big, they drawled, pointing at Dave. And your pet. And Janie's head cleared. She said, I faint every morning if I don't have all the jelly donuts and say, somebody quick, pass me a jelly donut. We ate all the jelly donuts, said the girl. You have to have a plain one. She can have mine, said Dave. Look, chocolate icing. Now there's an energizer. He held it out of reach, so she would have to make an effort, touch his hand, lean toward him. Dave was interested in her. Interested. That world of dating and movies and the back seats of cars. If she smiled back in the right way, one thing would lead to another. She wondered if Reeve was watching. If she flirted with Dave, would Reeve be angry? Jealous? Would he decide to speak up and claim her before Dave did? And Sarah Charlotte, was she watching? Janie looked more carefully at Dave to assess his personality and appearance. She became aware that Dave had asked her another question. She said, I I wasn't listening. Said Dave very clearly, where are you from? I just moved here last year from Colorado. She knew he was trying to start a real conversation. That being from away, having first impressions of this part of the country, was a classic opener. But I don't know where I'm from, she thought, or who I am. The breakfast was over. Half the people at her table had already left. One of them was Dave. Sarah Charlotte came over, practically hissing. Janie Johnson, you could at least talk to the guy. What's the matter with you these days? I don't know, said Janie. She tried to imagine herself telling Sarah Charlotte the kidnap stories. It's not like he's asking you to sleep with him, said Sarah Charlotte. Janie did not know why Sarah Charlotte had to go so far in her plans for Janie. One kiss with Reeve, and Sarah Charlotte had decided Janie had sexual history. And he was so adorable, said Sarah Charlotte. I never noticed him before. It's odd how you can be in school with people you never see. Sarah Charlotte is so fucking weird. I'm so sorry. She is so fucking weird. She seems like the type who's only ever interested in somebody if you're interested in them first. Because, like, why was she flirting with Reeve before? And also, like, why do you now, like this fucking boy who has been here fucking forever all of a sudden when he's interested in Janie? That's so fucking strange. That's such a fucking strange thing. People like that are strange as fuck. I hate that. Like, girl, go find somebody that you like yourself. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Very odd, very strange. Strange and odd. Yeah, she should not tell Sarah about what she's going through. She should not tell her that. I see that going disastrously. School that day was a queer and floating place. Janie filled her spot. She talked, wrote, wended her way from hall to class. But she was a mind floating in an ocean of confusion, battered against milk carton photographs and attic trunks. It was raining again that afternoon, so Reeve gave her a ride home. She wanted him to say, I love you, or let's go to a movie, or don't be friends with Dave, be friends with me. But Reeve just poked through the radio buttons endlessly, dissatisfied with every station. She wanted him to kiss her again. She wanted him to suggest it or start it. I can't make small talk, she said. Breakfast was awful. It was like filling out a form. Reeve laughed. I loved it. All the girls flirted with me. Why did he say that? She thought, utterly miserable. I don't want to be the one who's jealous. Dave kept asking me questions I didn't know the answers to. He just asked where you were born, said Reeve. You couldn't come up with that? Reeve, I don't know the answers to questions like that. Reeve moaned. Ugh, sounds like my philosophy class. I hate that kind of thing. Don't you start it. Reeve, if I tell you something, will you keep it a secret? The Johnsons have secrets. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. That's half the problem. I I can't tell if I'm going insane or taking drugs in my sleep or if what? But it was too preposterous to say, especially to Reeve. He, more than anybody, would find it absurd. He knew the family too well. Janie, said Reeve loudly, as if saying it for the 10th time. We're here. Get out. She stared at him. Who was he? Had she ever seen him before? Her fingers fumbled for the handle. Her hands were stiff and numb, as if she were going into rigor mortis. She remembered leaving the stool that could only be at that shopping center in New Jersey. Remembered hopping down from that green counter and leaving that half-eaten vanilla ice cream sundae. Remembered somebody taking her hand and saying, "Let's go for a ride now." She remembered herself laughing, delighted, and going. I gave up my real family for a Sunday? Thought Janie Johnson. She crossed the shrub barrier between their driveways. Both her parents' cars were there. This is a double car household. I will never get over the wealth of this family. This is a double car household in the driveway. That's enough space for 2 cars. 2 cars in a garage. Like, a 2-car garage. 2-car garage, whatever. She walked slowly, rain pouring on her hair and her face. Inside the side door, she scuffed the bottoms of her wet shoes on the rubber mat. Her mother had made a pot of coffee. Janie could smell it, filling the house like breakfast and warm. She walked into the kitchen. It was like a child's scene built in a shoebox for 2nd grade. Her father pouring milk in his mug, her mother filling the sugar bowl, the clock chiming, the snack they were having, a Pepperidge Farm cake, defrosting on the counter. I will go mad if I don't find out, she thought, if I'm not already mad. Still dripping from the rain, clinging to her book bag, Janie said, I want to know why there aren't any photographs of me until I'm 5. Even if you didn't buy a camera until then, you would have had a baby portrait done. I want to know who Hannah is upstairs in the trunk. I want to know why you won't let me see my birth certificate. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is about to occur. I don't believe that they're gonna tell you the truth. I don't believe it for a fucking second. I think all of this next chapter is about to be gaslighting central. Also, I know Reeve is 17, so I'm like, I'm not gonna be. But then she was 12. And she was blonde and she didn't recognize herself. That's why I don't think that Hannah is Janie, because it's like she looked at the picture and she was like, that girl doesn't look like me, and she's 12, and they kidnapped her when she was 3 and 12. If Janie is, I don't know, she's like 15 now, thinking that well, they say that she's 15 and she's going to be 16, but actually she's like 14, right? 12 years old wouldn't have been that far back. She would remember what she looked like at 12. I don't think it's her. I don't think it's her because she would know what she looked like at 12 years old. She would not remember 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. She would definitely remember what she looked like at 12. It's only been 3, 13, 14, 15. It's only been 3 years. That girl upstairs is not her. I don't know who that girl is. I don't know who that girl is. It's about to be gaslighting central. Whatever you know about this chapter, Janie is not about to get a single answer. Also, just about Reeve for a quick second. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. I I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't trust anything they would tell her anyway, so I don't know. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, I think that could definitely be true, but it could also just be a story that they tell her. Like, I don't know if that's actually their original child because I can't trust anything that the parents actually tell her. You know what I mean? Like, I can't trust it. I can't trust it. Oh, about Reeve. So I understand that Reeve is 17, so I'm not gonna be too much on his neck, but it's like, Reeve, you just made out with this girl. You just made out with this girl like 2 business days ago, and now you're talking about how, oh, it was so amazing that all the girls flirted with me at the breakfast dinner, or the breakfast. I said breakfast dinner. They all flirted with me at breakfast. Boy, I should curb stomp you in the middle of this Jeep. I should. We don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. I understand the Reeve subplot. I hope everybody is clear on that. I understand the Reeve subplot. It's very important for Janie and possibly her escape route. I understand that. And also, Reeve, you're pissing me off. You're pissing me off. You had this girl like eating out of your fingers, licking your fingers in front of her mom and dad 2 business days ago. I shouldn't even say 2 business days ago, like a day ago on the weekend in front of everybody, eating cake out of each other's hands. And now you're flirting with every single girl at breakfast. Are you trying to make this girl have a fucking panic attack? I should kill you where you stand. I understand. Again, he's 17, so I'm not gonna be too pressed on his neck, and he is still like a high schooler. I'm not gonna be pressed on his neck too much. But like, it's also, I gotta call it out. He's being ridiculous. He's being ridiculous. All right, let's get into this gaslighting chapter. I obviously don't know what this chapter is gonna be, but I feel like it's gaslighting. Chapter 9. A silence as long as some lives. Janie thought she might fall over. Her father's hand was molded to his coffee mug. Her mother's hand stuck to her spoon. Janie could not step closer. She could not run away. The demon had seized them all in his daymare. Her mother sank very slowly into a chair. Her father very slowly raised his chin to look into his wife's eyes. Like puppets, they nodded. Screams rioted in Janie's skull. She gripped the book bag as if she planned to throw grenades. In syllables that dropped as softly as notes on a flute, her mother said, Hannah is your mother, Janie. We are not really your parents. No, cried Janie's soul. No, 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 no. We are your grandparents. Hannah was our daughter. What did I just tell you? I told you they're about to gaslight the fuck out of this girl. I told you. I told you. I think, okay, what I actually think is, I think Hannah is another girl that they kidnapped. I think Hannah is like trial number one. I think they've done this before. I think Hannah is like the first girl that they kidnapped, and I don't know what happened to Hannah. I don't know what happened to Hannah. I just think that that's like the first girl that they kidnapped, and they kept that picture for like memorabilia because that doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, we're your grandparents. I I see the story they're about to spin. It's like, oh well, our daughter got pregnant very young and like she died or something. She died and we just told you that like yeah, our daughter got pregnant at 16 and like we just raised you as though you are our own. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You think I'm fucking stupid? I mean, I believe that Jamie is going to believe this for like a business day. Because, like, Janie knows something's wrong. Janie knows. She knows in her soul. She's getting the memories back. That PTSD, those flashbacks, they're hitting her like fucking butter and grits. They're hitting that shit strong. So, like, I don't believe that Janie is gonna accept this story for the rest of this book. No, I think she's gonna believe it for maybe 3 business days, and she's gonna lock in. She's gonna have to lock in. I think she's gonna call that number at some point. She's gotta call that fucking number, because that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, why am I on a fucking milk carton then? Like, if that's the case, why the fuck am I on a milk carton? What? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't add up. Doesn't add the fuck up at all. Doesn't add up at all. 12, 13, 14, 15. So then her daughter would have died. Okay, I'm just running with this story. She would say that her and Hannah don't even fucking look alike. Like, Hannah's blonde. Like, I mean, listen, not to say that, like, you know, if you're blonde and your daddy's blonde, you can't produce like a red-haired child, but like, where did the red hair come from? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking I mean, I bet they're gonna tell her, like, oh, she just, I don't know, she just fucked some redhead. We don't know. We don't know. Ah, Janie, the gaslighting. Janie dropped her book bag. Also, hi, Mac. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And I'm not saying that people can't do this. Like, this is stuff that's like happened to people before. I knew people where it's like, oh, I was raised by like my grandparents because like my mom, my dad, etc. They were not in the picture. So basically like my grandparents like were my parents. Shout out Peter Parker. But like, shout out Peter Parker. Shout out Spider-Man. But like, listen, at least they look the same. At least they have the same mannerisms. You don't look anything like these people. You don't look anything like these people. That doesn't even make sense in the context of the lie. Janie, come on now. Come on now. Also, hi, Mac, if I didn't say hi to you. Whatever. Janie dropped her book back. Is that all? She cried. She flung herself onto her mother. Is that all? I thought, oh, Mom, you just can't imagine what I thought. She couldn't stop repeating herself. She hugged her mother ferociously, feeling the strength of wrestlers in her arms. Oh, Mommy, that's all it is. We're related. It's okay. She's all but my mother. There's no daymare, no nightmare, no demons. Hannah just had an illegitimate baby, and it's me. That's all there is to it. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's so funny to like. It's so funny for me to read that line and see the pages of the book that I have left to go. Girl. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Her father came up behind her, gave her a ponytail, and pulled her backward by her red hair. His hug was also the hug of wrestlers, hanging onto her as if they were in danger of falling off cliffs. She leaned on him, letting the horrible cliff of kidnapping out of her mind. We love you, honey. You are our daughter. Just not legally and biologically. We don't have a birth certificate for you, so we don't know what we're gonna do about your passport and your driver's license and things like that. Who even cares? Said Janie. She found she was sobbing. Her hair was wet, her coat was wet, her cheeks were wet. Her mother peeled away the outer layer of Janie's clothing. I'll fix you a snack, said her mother. She patted Janie as if to dry her by hand. Her mother's teeth were chattering. Food solves all, agreed Janie, laughing through tears. The old Johnson family motto, said her father. Janie pulled away from them. But I'm not completely a Johnson, then. Nobody here is a Johnson, said her father. It's a long story, Janie. I'm gonna be honest, the minute they looked at each other, the minute they nodded and they looked at each other, they said, okay, plan A. They said, let's enact plan A. The minute they looked at the both of each other, I mean, these are kidnappers, people. Come on. Come on. You didn't think it was gonna be that easy. You didn't think they didn't have plan A, plan B, plan C. Of course they did. Of course they did. They have been planning this since, I mean, who knows how long they were planning on her downfall before that. But, like, they kidnapped this girl at 3. You don't think they thought this shit through? They thought this shit through. They knew that one day Janie was gonna pick up a little bit, and they had to have an explanation. I mean, at some point she was gonna look in the mirror and be like, yeah, I don't look like my parents. That's kind of odd. This shit don't add up. So they had to have a plan A. They had to. It's frustrating, but I admire the realism. I do. I admire it, because it would have been odd. It would have been odd if immediately they had faltered and they were like, "Oh, Janie, yeah, we definitely kidnapped you." It would have been like, "That's too easy. That was way too easy." Instead, they're gonna gaslight the fuck out of this girl, of course. Of course, we are gonna gaslight you until we cannot do it no more. We're gonna placate you. We're gonna give you the biggest bedroom in the house. We're gonna do all we can to keep this girl in our possession, of course. All three were breathing hard, as if from a long jog in the cold. Let's sit on the couch together, said her mother, forgetting snacks, so we can hug. Oh, I've rehearsed this in my mind 1,000 times. I've rehearsed this in my mind 1,000 times. I'm sure you did, bitch. I'm sure you did, you fucking psycho. I'm sure you did. But now that we're here, I've forgotten my lines. Sick and twisted. They sank together in the big velvet couch in the living room. Velvet couch? It's fucking expensive. Velvet couch. Janie in the middle, a parent holding each hand. She was so tired from the assault of emotion she could hardly hold her head up. She rested against her father's shoulder. Our name is not Johnson, said her father. It's Javinson. We've never come across the name anywhere else. It has a Scandinavian sound, but we don't really know much about my family. Javinson, thought Janie. I like it, she thought. It's better than Jane Johnstone. Jane Javinson. Your mother and I. Her father's voice staggered like clumsy feet. I guess it'd be better to say, your grandmother and I. Janie shuddered. No, don't say that. She put a hand against his chest, as if to trap those words. Well, call us Frank and Miranda then, said Janie's mother. And the story her parents told, line by line, agony by agony, was so sad that Janie wept for them. Frank had a degree in accounting, and Miranda had a degree in medieval literature. Bitch. 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 Whatever. Miranda had a degree in medieval literature. Frank went to work for IBM in marketing. They got married, and a year later a baby girl was born. They named her Hannah, which meant full of grace. Hannah laughed and cooed and was happy her entire childhood. Hannah was my whole life, said Janie's mother. I love the language. I have to just point this out. Like, I love the language in here and, like, the repeated use of, like, Janie's mother, my mother, like, it's, like, super emphasized in this chapter. Like, my father, my parents, like, it's way more emphasized than it's ever been in any other chapter because, like, Janie almost, like, subconsciously has to, like, affirm this to herself, you know? I find, like, the language piece to be quite interesting. It's like she has to convince herself, right? Like, oh, these are my parents, like Janie's mother, like that's who she is, like, yes. Because, like, ultimately, Janie knows that this is some bullshit, even though she wants to accept this lie right now. Like, she knows deep down inside. Her eyes fastened on a past Janie knew nothing of. I'm your whole life, thought Janie, jealous and angry that somebody had come before her. But Hannah had been an unusual child. Janie frowned when they described Hannah. She could think of no girl who even slightly resembled Hannah. Hannah had never wanted to do the things other girls did. She didn't play with dolls or ride a bike. When she was a teenager, she didn't care about boys or getting a tan or the radio. She worried about right and wrong. From the time she was very small, the inequities of life horrified Hannah. How could her family have so much in the world, so little? Miranda could volunteer for a cause, do whatever a committee could do, and return home happy to a good dinner. Hannah never felt she deserved dinner. Hannah was beautiful, said her father, in a haunting sort of way. Hannah always seemed to be looking at something else. In another age, she might have become a nun and spent her life thinking of God. But we're not a religious family, and I don't suppose she even knew what a nun was. The oddest thing happened. Janie was falling asleep, the sleepless nights worrying about the milk carton and whether or not to dial the 800 number had caught up to her. Do you know what a cult is? Her father asked. Janie shook her head, bumping his shoulder. A cult is a religious group with exceedingly strict rules for people who join it. The Hare Krishna movement swept America like prairie fire in the 60s and 70s, Janie. It attracted young and old, hippie and conservative, East Coast and West Coast, and it attracted Hannah. She met a group of young people who told her that she became a Hare Krishna, she would be purified. It would no longer be her fault. She had so much because they would not let her have anything. She would be saved. When she was 16, she fell on her knees and begged to be allowed to be one of them. Janie could picture none of this. They were scary people, said her mother. They wore bright yellow robes, the men shaved their heads, they carried bowls and begged. You saw them everywhere in cities and airports, chanting and demanding money. But where we tried to be honest with Hannah, saying, Nobody knows why some people starve and some people have everything. The leaders of the cult had answers for all her questions, and what Hannah wanted in the end was a set of answers and a set of rules. I had to fix how I was sitting. Also, that's like kind of crazy where she's like, I don't know why some people don't have everything. It's like, bitch, capitalism, like sexism. I have the answers. Like, you couldn't have just told your kid that. This story doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you couldn't have just told your fucking kid that, like, yeah, sometimes some people are born into lives that are unfair because of capitalism, because of sexism, because of inequities that exist in our society. It's unfortunate, and also, it's true. Instead, they're like, well, we don't know. We have no idea. We have no idea. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know, Hannah. We have no clue. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yellow robes made her think dimly of the National Geographic photos, but it evoked no memory. 16, therefore, is a terrifying age for us, said her father. He tried to laugh. That's why we're having such a hard time with you, Janie. We had to give up part of you. Let you drive, maybe take a trip with the Spanish class, go off to college, make your own decisions, but Hannah's decision, it ruined our lives, and hers. Why didn't you tell me before now? Janie asked. Her mother was shuddering violently, from her teeth to her knees. Because we were so afraid that you'd want to go find your mother, or maybe your father, and get sucked up in that cult too. I can't go through that again. I can't lose another daughter, Janie. Please. Manipulation 101. Make your child too scared to go out and find the answers, because now she's gonna believe, well, if I go out and find my actual birth mother, she's in a fucking cult. Gaslighting, manipulation, textbook manipulation. These people ain't shit. These people ain't shit for real. Wow. I'm sick. I'm so sick. And what's worse is they're putting on this fucking performance so that they can get comfort from her. Wow. This is wow. I gotta recommend this book. I know some people that would love this book. Wow. This is a good read. This is a really fucking good read. Wow, this is really good. Because I actually know some people that have escaped cults. I think they would actually really enjoy this book. Like, no shit. Like, they would actually love this book. This is crazy. I'm like, what? What? I mean, she's like, to be fair to Janie, she is, I mean, 14 in actuality. She's like 14. She doesn't know any better. She didn't even know what a fucking cult was. They get to spin the entire narrative. They get to dictate her history. You know, she doesn't have anything to fall back on where she's like, actually, that's not true. Actually, that doesn't happen. She doesn't know any better. So that's like the scariest part of it. It's like she has no reference to know otherwise, you know? It's crazy. They need me, thought Janie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like I didn't learn about fucking genetics until I was like deep into high school. So, like, yeah. I think I did like one genetics thing in like elementary school. But like obviously I didn't retain any of that information. I mean, I was a fucking kid. Obviously I didn't retain any of that shit. They need me, thought Janie. They need my comfort. I wouldn't do that to you. You won't have to go through that twice, I promise. Her parents kissed her on each side. Her mother took both her hands now and held them against her cheek as if in prayer. We tried everything to get Hannah out. We took her on long vacations. We sent her to live with my cousin in Atlanta. We tried traditional church, but she went to California to join the Temple Commune. There was nothing we could do. The law wasn't on our side. Hannah wasn't on our side. The cult even had armed bodyguards to keep parents like us from snatching our children back. Snatching children, thought Janie. To think I actually thought Mommy and Daddy had snatched me. She could no longer keep her eyes open, but she let herself doze against her father's warmth. We wrote continually, said her mother in a strangled weep. But Hannah rarely wrote back. The few times we were allowed to visit, she seemed dulled, like a silver spoon that needs to be polished. She only spoke when spoken to. All her responses were memorized. Our beautiful Hannah had stopped smiling forever. I'm very happy here, she would say tonelessly, like a mechanical object. I was still with the IBM, said her father. I was transferred frequently. We had sent Hannah every address change. Whenever I went on a business trip, I mailed her postcards. I suppose I thought I could entice her back into the world with pictures of waterfalls in the mountains or castles in Europe. Janie tried to remember California. But the thing is, like, I think this book is so, like, beautifully written, actually, because, like, throughout this whole chapter, Janie is, like, it's like she's fighting with herself, because, like, interspersed through that, she's like, yeah, I don't remember a cult. Like, even as she's telling herself, like, this is so comforting for me to think about, she's like, I don't know, I don't remember California, you know, like, that's not my memory. Like, I just, I don't really even remember Hannah, you know? She's like looking in the back of her mind for any memory to make this reality true, and she just can't find it, even as she's telling herself, like, this is so reassuring. Like, she knows for herself that, like, that's not true. Her mother whispered, we were good parents, Janie, we were. We never even knew what we had done wrong or why she rejected everything we ever taught her. We tried everything to get her back. We sent the police. We paid the cult off. We tried to de-brainwash her when she visited. But she wanted to be in the cult. She was like a very tall, docile toddler. She simply obeyed her leader. Her mind was strangled. We wept on her birthday. And that was all. That was all we had of Hannah. Her father described the passage of years in which Hannah led a very weird, enclosed life with harsh, incomprehensible people. We got an official letter telling us that she had been wed to a man in the cult. That was all they told. Not even his name. And then one day, said her mother, the front door opened. I was making pound cake for the women's club bake sale. I was in the kitchen, adding 6 eggs to the batter, and the beaters were whirring. I had added the first 4. I remember that so clearly. I had 2 eggs to go. And there stood Hannah, holding you by the hand. Yeah, right. But this entire thing is so fucking fascinating to me. Like, it's like so funny to me, actually. Like, as somebody who studies the brain, and like has done work on like PTSD. Okay, so you vividly remember this day so particularly that you remember that there were 6 eggs in the batter. That's such a weird detail. That's such a weird detail, you know? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was in the kitchen and the sun was beating down on my face, and I remember I was baking for the women's bake sale that was happening last week, and then I had only added 4. That's not how people remember shit. That's not how people remember shit at all. Especially a moment like that would be so fucking traumatic, like your daughter coming home from a cult, bringing her own daughter that day. Like, are you telling me you remember every single fucking detail? That's crazy. And I'm not saying that, like, people can't remember, like, big details that happened in a story. People do remember that. People do remember that. But as somebody who has interviewed people post an extremely traumatic event, like they get the details wrong. Like I remember for my research, I did a study on PTSD, and this woman that I was interviewing, she was actually like very disturbed by the fact that she could not get the details right. And this happened like across the board, but I will always remember this woman because she was so disturbed by it. She spent so much time in the interview, which wasn't really even about what had happened to her, but it was like she spent so much time in the interview because she kept getting the details wrong about like what had happened, and she kept getting more and more visibly upset about it. And I remember being like, it's okay, it happens, like, you know, we can just go back, it's okay. And she just kept getting more and more upset because she wanted so desperately to remember the events like as they had happened, but she couldn't because like the mind just doesn't work that way. Obviously, like if you have like, you know, photographic memory, if you're like one in like a bazillion, right, that has like, I don't know the statistics on that, but it's very rare that you would have like photographic memory, right? Then yes, you can remember everything that happened in that moment. The average person can't do that, and they're gonna fuck up the details because on recall you mess with the memory in your mind. You remember things differently than how they actually happened. So I'm like, okay, bitch, you remember exactly everything that you were doing in that fucking moment. That sounds like a fucking story. Sounds like a rehearsed fucking story that she came up with for this fucking moment. I don't know. I don't think they're telling the fucking truth. That'd be a crazy twist. I'd be like, damn. But that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, okay, wait. The truth. That wouldn't make any fucking sense. Because it doesn't make any sense. Like how okay, so you're telling the truth, like you actually are my parents, but then how do I have these memories of like me in fucking New Jersey? Like what? Doesn't make any fucking sense. I have no memories of California. Like, not for nothing. And I'm not, again, this is a very generalized statement. Like, people that have been in cults, they remember the fucking cult. Kids remember being in the fucking cult. It's not like a casual thing where it's like, oh yeah, like, I forgot. I forgot that I was even a part of that. Like, yes, the memory can get buried underneath new memories, but like the body remembers the score. Like, you would remember something that traumatic like that, especially if it's as like an intense cult as they're describing. Like that fucking kid would remember fucking bad. That's fucking crazy. This is a crazy ass fucking story. What? What? I'm like actually in shock at this fucking story. I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? I'm like, what is she talking about? What is she on about? What? What is she on about for real? You don't have to call me any pet names, alright? But I am fine. Thanks for asking. Like what? Her parents sat up. Janie was amazed by this mutual physical response of the emotions. Even their posture knew the worst was over. Her father leaned forward, resting an elbow on his knee and cupping his chin so he could look at Janie. Her mother's voice lightened. She ran her hands through Janie's red mane and held both of Janie's cheeks and kissed the tip of Janie's tilted nose. You were such a beautiful child. I was a resurrection for them, thought Janie. Hannah reborn. You were her little girl, by the man who had been chosen as her mate by the leader. Mate, repeated Janie. What an animal term for the love between husband and wife. Her mother didn't hear her. You had no clothes except for the clothes you were wearing. I had the best time taking you shopping. We bought little sweet socks with ribbon trim and the cutest little jacket with bunnies on it and a tiny little beret. It was so adorable against your red braids. You had the best time. You had never had so much attention. I suppose in the cult you were in, there was some kind of daycare. You often referred to the other children and asked about them. Those twins, thought Janie. The spilled milk. It was just daycare. Janie! No! Janie, no! It's not daycare! Janie! Janie, it's not daycare. Those are your siblings. Oh my god, I feel like I am... There's so much left of this book left. Oh my god. Hi, memes. Currently gaslighting is happening right now. We gave you your own bedroom, and you thought that was the most exciting thing that ever happened. You know what would be exciting now, said her father. Dinner. I am absolutely starving. Nothing builds an appetite like trauma. Janie giggled. She felt warm and toasty and complete. The cult isn't real, Mac. The cult's not fucking real. That bitch Hannah, that ain't those fucking people's kid. I don't fucking believe that for a fucking second. You believe this shit? There was never a fucking cult. There was never a fucking cult. There's no fucking Easter Bunny, and there's no Queen of England. Keep up, Mac. This shit ain't fucking real. This shit ain't fucking real, okay? They're liars. They're liars. I'm sick. I'm actually so sick. Oh, okay. 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 There's just like a cult. There's just like a cult operating in the United States, like a massive cult operating in the United States, and like nobody did anything about it. Right. 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 Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then they just let her come home. Like, none of this story makes fucking sense. Okay, so let's just say Hannah is your daughter. They forced her to have a child with this random fucking guy. And then... What? They just let her come home with the fucking kid? How does that make sense? They kept her hostage there, but suddenly she's allowed to come home with the kid? Interesting. Okay, sure, yeah, okay, yeah. And the husband didn't want to come? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, if the husband is as controlling as the cult, why wouldn't he come with... Why wouldn't he come with her? Like, what? What are they talking about? Hi, Bader. What the hell are they talking about? Whatever, whatever. Let's nuke the leftover pot roast, he said. Are there any potatoes left, Miranda? Mac, I'm not even entertaining this for a single day. I'm not even entertaining this for a single day. The cult is not real. These people are fucking liars. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would the cult put out a fucking APB on a milk carton? That would just get the cult reported. Wouldn't everybody that's in the cult be on a fucking milk carton? This shit don't make no fucking sense. That shit doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, so because the implication there is like, oh, just the one kid? Whatever. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Where is Hannah in this case? I need them to finish the story. Oh my god, I just read it. Oh my god, they think she's fucking stupid. I just read it. I just read it. They think she's fucking dumb. Oh my god. Oh my god, I gotta read this part. Okay, hold up. I glanced and I saw it with my eyes. They think she's fucking stupid. They think I'm fucking stupid. Okay. They think I was born yesterday. Okay. Hi, Klein. I think I was fucking born yesterday. Okay. No, but I can make instant mash if you want them, Frank. I love instant, said her father. They went into the kitchen, as if leaving the bad parts of the story behind in the living room. Good things happen with hot food, thought Janie. So, go on, she said when the pot roast was nuked. Hannah came in the door and he bought me tons of clothes, and then what? Well, said her mother excitedly. Hannah had realized the cult was a terrible way to bring up their little daughter, so she escaped. She didn't even like you to go near the windows for fear that the guards of the cult would be there, peering through the curtains. The second night of celebrating Hannah's return and your existence, we realized the cult would find us just as easily as Hannah had, because of course, we had always sent our forwarding addresses. I gotta read the rest of this chapter and then I'll comment. Minutes ago, Janie had been incredibly sleepy. Now she was incredibly hungry, eating as if she had never known food. Her hands shoveled the meat into her mouth. All right, pause. She felt like an animal. Her parents saw nothing. They were a tag team, rotating speeches. Oh, okay, yeah. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. This is the first time they're sharing this trauma with literally anybody. And suddenly they're just like, they're laughing and they're giggling about the trauma of their daughter. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes so much sense. Reeve is about to give her some meat, let me tell you what. That's not funny. That's not funny. It's a little funny. Reeve is thinking about giving her some. I'll tell you what. I'm just saying. When he had her in those leaves, I'm sure he was thinking about something anyway. Anyway, IBM knew all about Hannah and the cult because I was always flying west to try and extricate Hannah. They not only transferred me immediately, they got us into a hotel that night under assumed names until they could pack our belongings for us. My senior vice president even sold our house through a power of attorney for me, so the cult couldn't find our names anywhere. We had all mail forwarded through the company, never to our house. She had no memories of the West Coast. This cult with its costumes, its capes and rituals, the woman and man who were Hannah and her designated mate. No memory of a cross-continental flight, 3 years old. Wouldn't you remember planes and trains, cars and overnights, even if you were only 3? Janie thought about this, disappointed. Janie Johnson, a name to disappear under, a name without personality, without trace. You had the best time, Janie, said her mother. For the first time, Janie clearly saw how old they were. Much older than her friend's parents. And more tired, too. More used. Hannah, what did you do to them? Thought Janie. How could you have thrown them away like yesterday's newspaper? Your own mother and father who tried so hard to give you everything and get you back. We were fleeing, but you were in heaven, Janie, bouncing all over the place. Her mother painted a happy little Janie in the new houses, buying new clothes, teaching her to swim. Hannah standing blank-eyed, packing boxes never unpacked before the next flight, yet another different driveway, Janie dancing like a water sprite. But even though we did all we could, said her father, Hannah eventually wanted to go back to the cult. This time, Janie entered the daymare willingly, as if it were a hallway down which she would walk if she could choose. She felt that down that corridor she could find Hannah, find California, remember that nursery school. The laughter of children rang in Janie's head. Then something different. A man's laughter, big and chesty, and she knew herself held in the air by this man, a red mustache. She was tugging the mustache, and he was nibbling Jeannie's fingers. She could even feel its texture, bristled like a paintbrush, the same color as her own braids. She could remember the braids, the way the rubber bands yanked when Hannah was addicted to the cult, the way some people are addicted to heroin. When Hannah insisted on going back, we let her. Her mother's voice grew urgent. She wanted us to keep you, Janie. I've always cherished that. She loved you very, very much. You have to know that. In the windows, her mother's red flowers still bloomed. Their lives in the sun were probably happier than Hannah's. Her mother's hands covered Janie, patting, needy. She gave you up so you could have a real life. Your mother gave you the gift of freedom, Janie. It was the only gift she had to give. She left you with us when she went back to the cult. Shortly after Hannah left, Frank and Miranda had realized that the cult would want the little girl. Not to mention the father, whoever he might be. Hannah had no strength. One interrogation, and she'd tell the cult where she had left her daughter. Their attorney advised them to change their name. Javinson was too unusual, so they had taken Johnson. We moved several times in 1 year, said her father. Looking back, I suppose it was irrational. But whenever we let you out into the yard, we'd panic. So we kept finding a new yard. You loved it. You were always giggling, always the center of attention. It took you a while, but eventually you switched to calling us Mommy and Daddy. Her mother beamed, a smile like the sun. If I hadn't come to live with them, Mom would never have smiled like that again, thought Janie. I am that smile. And then we made the most painful decision of all, said her mother. We never wrote to Hannah again, our only daughter, your mother. We never sent her an address. We never again telephoned on her birthday. We never chose and wrapped another Christmas present for her. We let her vanish into nowhere so we could keep you safe. They were no longer at a table, no longer eating. They had all gotten up, their bodies desperate for comfort. They were hugging each other, an oddly rocking trio. Oh, Mommy, said Janie. They cried together. Her father did not weep, but then again, he never did. He got tight, the muscles bunching in his jaw, no doubt also in his gut. Janie hugged him separately, and her father hugged her back, with affection so deep she could hardly bear it. They are my mother and my father, she thought. They raised me. They love me. I love them. Mother and daddy are all I have and all that I want. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Yeah, the book is in the title, so it says that I'm reading. Also the little pinned also says that I'm reading too. So, every single part of this says that I'm reading. People like really don't read the titles of things that they click on. It's quite interesting to me because I always read the title. What the fuck is the point of the title if not for you to read it? Yeah, but if it's a dumb question, I'll ban you. Yeah, you can ask whatever you want. If you're looking for something that's a part of your username, you're not going to find that here. So, if you're about to ask me something that has some relevancy to do with your username, you probably just shouldn't ask it. Because I'm not that. So, not that, not one bit. And the 5-minute ad break or 3-minute ad break is about to happen in like 5 minutes too. Top of the hour ad break. How long have I been streaming for? Probably like 2 hours. Oh yeah, just about. Just about 2 hours. Yeah, the ad break is about to hit. All I'm gonna say is that I knew that chapter 9 was gonna be Gaslight Central. That story doesn't make any fucking sense. That story doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't add up at all. Okay, so like Hannah like went back to the cult and then like you guys never talked to her again. How did she even escape the cult? No investigation there, huh? Why do you only have a picture of her when she's 12? Where's the picture of her when she's an adult and she had her? Right? Like, because she came back as an adult, already having had Janie. So, like, why don't you guys have pictures of her? Let's like run under this assumption that like, okay, yeah, the cult is real. Where are the pictures of your daughter as an adult? Doesn't make any sense. You would have pictures of your adult daughter. If she's in a cult, you would have pictures of her. You're just like, okay. They're like, yeah, and we just like let her go back to the cult. We didn't like 5150 her. We didn't send her into like to go get like psychiatric help. Like she just wanted to go back and we just let her. We just like let her go. I mean, what could we have really done? That story also doesn't make any fucking sense. This guy worked for IBM and like he got his company got him like like every single part of the story like as an adult it just doesn't add up. But again, if you're like 14 and you don't know how the world works, like yeah, you might believe this. Yeah, you would definitely believe this because you have no concept of like how the world works. Because I'm like, okay, his company paid for all of this. I know he's saying that like he was already traveling, but like his company paid for him to relocate that much. That much the company paid for a relocation. This is like military level like relocation. This is literally like military level relocation, like relocating back to back to back to back constantly. Like what? Like plane trips, car trips, all funded by his company. And his company was also aware that like the daughter was in a cult and the company didn't involve the police. I know they had already stated that like the police weren't on our side, but like what does that mean? I think somebody at the company would have reported that. They would have been like, okay, well, I have to file a report too. I would file a report. I would call somebody. If I heard through the grapevine that like somebody that I knew had a member, well, I'm a mandated reporter, but like if I knew through the grapevine like somebody I knew was like in a cult. I mean, I do know somebody that's in a cult. I actually can't do anything about it, but like let's say it's a cult here in like the United States. Yeah, I would do something about that. I would call the police. I would call the police. I do know somebody that's in a cult, but I actually can't do anything about that one. She's like grown. She's like really grown. She has like kids in this cult. Like she doesn't call it a cult. Her family doesn't call it a cult. It's a cult. I've talked about this before. It's a cult. She's like grown and she's like just in it. Like, and if I try and talk with her, she'll try and get me indoctrinated into this cult. So like for my own preservation, like I cannot help her because like I'm not trying to be involved in that cult, so I can't do it. Maybe if she was younger, but she's like married and like she has like 3 kids, like, and they're grown too. Like those kids are like older and like they're in the cult too. It's like it's done. Like it's too late for her, you know. Like maybe her kids, but like I don't really know them. It's complicated. It's complicated. They're gonna try to indoctrinate me into the cult, so I can't. I really can't. But it's like somebody would have called the police. Somebody in this company, because they're funding it too. They're all funding it. They're funding this like constant transportation that has really nothing to do with company policy. It has everything to do with this family. Somebody would have called the fucking police. This is so strange. It's so odd and strange, strange and odd. But I already knew that. I already knew that. I have to go pee. So I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. I'm also not gonna hit you with a BRB, mostly because I don't want to. Or maybe I should. I should just let you guys like sit in it. I don't know. Maybe I should just let y'all sit in it. I don't really think I need to, so I'm just gonna mute really quick and then I'll be back. So you can just enjoy ambient sound while I'm gone. And like don't be weird while I'm gone. I still plan to read. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Hi. I was gonna go get a juice, but I already have my juice here. I already have my juice there, so I don't need it anymore. Okay, let me log back in. Thank you, thank you. Let's start chapter 10. When do we start? 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We should stop at like chapter 12 is when we should be stopping. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 12 is when we should be stopping. So we got like a few more chapters left. I want to skip to the end of the book, but I can't because we need to see more gaslighting. We need to see more gaslighting. Chapter 10. She woke up as if attacked, ripped out of sleep. Her body was drenched in sweat. Her thin nightgown clung damply to her skin. Fix how I'm sitting. Monsters and hideous, evil sucking things scattered in her brain. She lay in the dark, clinging to the satin hem at the top of the blanket. It's just a dream. Just a dream. She wanted to get up and get a glass of water, find another blanket, turn on some lights. But she was caught in an old childhood fear of things under the bed. The silly fear that kept her even now, at nearly 16, from sleeping with her toes hanging off the edge. Something might nibble them and drag her down. Slowly, she curled tighter and tighter under the covers, bracketing her spine with her pillow, protecting her heart and soul with tucked-in knees. It was a nice story they had told her last night. But what about the springs? What about the milk carton? Hannah was real. The trunk in the attic full of her geography papers proved it. But the milk carton was real. Jeannie's spring was real, and so was that 800 number. New Jersey was real, and that shopping center. I remember a friendly kitchen with lots of kids. I remember shoe shopping. I remember. Memories swirled dimly. She held herself still, trying to pull them in like a fisherman with reel. The cult did not sound like people who took their nursery school class shopping in malls for shiny white shoes. Hi, Melty. The white apron. Was it Hannah's? Why did she remember a white apron and not yellow robes? California and cults should make a deeper imprint on a child's memory than a sundae and a swiveling stool. Janie's made-up version slipped and slid like cars on ice. They crashed into what few dim memories she had or had created. But one thing was true and certain. The dress in the attic matched the dress on the carton. In the dark of her bedroom, an idea misted her brain like fog, dank and sour and thick. Had Miranda and Frank Javinson, their minds warped from losing Hannah, decided to replace her with a new little daughter? Had they gone for a drive? In the heat, in the sun, in the dusty wind? Had they landed in a shopping center in New Jersey? Had her mother, a different, younger mother, twirled on a stool beside a little girl named Jeannie Spring, bought her with nothing more than ice cream, taken her home forever? A real kidnapping. Her dear, sane, good parents. Janie's notebook faded in and out of her mind, like the shadow of a migrating bird with a flattened milk carton clipped to the cover. She could show them the milk carton. She could say, I know the truth. But then what? She didn't want the truth to be true any more than they did. She wanted to be their daughter too. Janie lay awake the rest of the night, sifting her brain, finding nothing certain. In the morning, they had breakfast together, which was unusual. Her father normally left for work before Janie got up. Her mother liked to be solitary in the morning and sipped coffee alone in her bedroom, reading the morning paper while Janie had a glass of orange juice and a croissant. They were as nervous as strangers waiting to have their teeth drilled. They drank orange juice as if it were spiked with cyanide. They buttered toast and abandoned it. How had her parents slept, Janie wondered. Were their hearts on Hannah this morning? And my heart, thought Janie. Where is my heart? Janie was too exhausted for speech. In her head, the daymares clamored for attention, toddlers in high chairs pounding spoons on the tray, laughter ricocheting off kitchen walls, car doors slamming. The faces of her mother and father at the breakfast table seemed to crawl over and through the daymares. Her father set his untasted coffee next to his untouched toast. Janie, honey, are you all right? Sure, Dad. Her father's smile was pasty and peculiar. You don't look as if you slept. No. There was a lot to think about. Do you have any questions? Her father said nervously. She had a million questions, but they could answer in lies, and she could not bear it. Her father, whom tax clients and soccer teams adored and respected, her mother, who cared so passionately about the hospitals and the illiterate and the schools, telling lie after lie after lie, because in fact, they were criminals? Perhaps they don't even know anymore, she thought. Perhaps for them, too, the daymare has blended in with the daydream and the truth is lost. You and I should spend the day together, said her mother. I'll phone the school. I'll cancel my meeting in Hartford. No, I have an important test. Anyway, I wanted to talk to Sarah Charlotte. She would never tell Sarah Charlotte. She would never tell anybody. What words were there? My parents are insane. They lost a daughter and kidnapped another, except that they probably didn't. I'm probably their granddaughter with a demon inside. Go to your meeting. I'll see you at supper. Her father said, maybe it's best to try and keep things normal. Regular schedules, that sort of thing. Normal, thought Janie, choking back hysteria. Her mother turned into a whirlwind, gathering papers while she snatched up cleaning stockings from a drying rack, telephoning another board member while she wriggled into her crimson suit. She always looked so authoritative in that suit. Her father wanted to kiss her goodbye. His arms seemed to hang inside his jacket as if they'd been stapled there. He had a hard time lifting them toward Janie. Her father, whose perfect coordination came from years and years of sports, this morning his silvery hair hung on his forehead like a grandfather's, not a father's. He's afraid I won't love him as much, thought Janie. But I do. I don't care what they did. I love them just as much. How can that be? I love you, honey, said her father desperately. I'm sorry about all of it, but I love you too. Janie tacked on her brightest smile, allowing him to leave. He hugged her, but she did not hug back, and he knew it and was afraid. Janie, he said, we did the best we could with you And with Hannah. I don't care about Hannah, said Janey, which was certainly true. Her mother came rushing back. Do you think this pin looks good? Said her mother anxiously, touching the silver brooch she had fastened to her scarf. Her mother didn't feel comfortable with pins. She was always sure they had drooped or had turned themselves backward. It looks fine, said Janey. She looked out the window, pouring again. What is with all this rain? At least she could ride with Reeve this morning instead of waiting for the bus. Goodbye, Daddy, she said, forcing herself to hug him. I hope your meeting is good, Mom. Her father said, You'll telephone me at the office if you're upset or anything, won't you? Outside in the rain, Reeve honked his horn. Have a good day at school, sweetheart, said her mother. Maybe I should stay by the phone, just in case you want to call, or I could call you from Hartford. Mom, said Janey, everything's fine. Don't worry. See you later. She grabbed her coat, her books, her bag with lunch with its non-milk drink, and flew out the door. Reeve had given up on her and reached the end of his driveway. Screaming, she ran after him. Reeve, here I am. He saw her, grinned, reversed, and waited for her. Thought you took the bus after all, he said. Did you sleep late? You look frantic. She laughed hysterically. That's just how I feel, he agreed. Here I make a hit by getting on the honor roll, and the very next day I don't finish my homework and I have to make an ass of myself with an oral presentation in English. I wish we could cut school, Janey said. Okay, let's, said Reeve. There's nothing I want in that building. They were heading into town. They were on the overpass of the interstate. Janey said, Get on the highway. Then, head south. Reeve's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Janey, of the sweet, obedient personality, wants to cut class. Yes, turn, hurry up, you'll miss the entrance. Reeve got on the highway and turned south. The windshield wipers clicked rhythmically. The rain thudded metallically on the roof. Reeve turned up the radio louder. They were listening to KC 101 Rock. Janey had never heard KC 101 at this hour. She was always in school. The miles went by. They passed a turnpike rest stop and a gas station. Their speed dropped. Oh my god, wait. Let me finish. Thousands of cars throbbed around them. We can't turn back now, said Reeve, waving his watch. His grin tested her to see if she was serious. Buddy, thought Janey, you don't know how serious I am. We're officially late, said Reeve. We go to school now, we have to get late passes from the vice principal. And they telephone our parents. It doesn't matter, said Janey. We're going to New Jersey. I'm sick. I thought this was going to happen at the end of the book. She kidnapped him. Wait, this is so bad. Wait, she kidnapped him. This is so bad. He has no idea. Okay, I'm not against the idea of Janey. No, he did not. He did not ask to go to New Jersey under the guise of finding her birth parent. That is not that's not what he agreed to. He has no idea that he is being taken on a traumatic trip to go recollect her fucking memories, to go find her birth parent. He doesn't know that he's doing that. He thinks he's skipping class and having like a little road trip with a girl that he's interested in. He doesn't know. This is fucked up that Janie is doing that to him. I am still down for the plan on the whole. I just think it's fucked up that Janie is doing this to him. Because I think if she had told him, I think she knows that he wouldn't want to go on this fucking trip and he'd be like, Janie, let's call the fucking police. Like, I think I think that if she had told him, hey, I'm having thoughts that like maybe I was kidnapped, I don't think he would be like, okay, maybe let's not go, but I think he would say, let's call the number on the back of the fucking milk carton. Like, she refuses to do this thing. She's like, oh no, I'll go to New Jersey before calling that number. And I think like Reeve would be like, okay, let's call the number. Like, I'm not even saying that like he would say that she's like wrong. I just think he would go about this differently. Oh my god, I'm sick. I'm so sick. Oh my god, they're gonna go to fucking New Jersey. I'm so sick. I'm so sick. I'm so sick. I'm so sick. Okay. Oh my god, I just spoiled something for myself. I literally just looked at I can't help but like looking at the bottom of the page every single time. I keep looking at the bottom of the page. Oh man, this chapter. Okay, let's read chapter 11. We don't even have time to investigate chapter 10. All I'm going to say is I know as soon as I'm excited, I start reading the bottom of the page and then I have to go back and like read everything else. I get too excited. All I'm going to say about chapter 10 is I'm gonna be honest, if I were her parents, you know, the parents that had stolen her, if I am Frank and Miranda, right? I'm not letting her go to school. I'm not letting her go to school tomorrow. They're over here like asking, like, oh, do you want to have like a daughter daddy day or something like that? Do you want to like go out and we can go shopping? I would not make that optional. Why are they even making it optional? I understand why. I do. I'm asked this is a rhetorical question. I understand why they're making it optional because they want to seem like, oh, this is normal, like everything is normal. If it were me, I would have been like, nah. I have got to placate this girl immediately. Like, she spent all night thinking about this. Oh, hell no. Girl, you want some diamonds? Like, we would have figured that out before we had even left the house. The fact that they let her leave the house, that's on them. That's on them. You don't think she could skip school? You don't think she can skip school? You don't think? It's like, oh my god, you want to start driving? Let's learn driving today. You've never driven in the rain. Let's do that. Like, oh my god, like let's go buy you some new stuff that you've been thinking about. You know, I don't think you need to go hang out with Reeve today. That's what I would have done if I was the psychopath that had kidnapped a child. Instead, they let this girl leave, thinking shit was sweet. All right. Janie is about to spend a fucking 24 hours in New Jersey and then come home mad as fuck. Okay. Chapter 11. I had the old habit where I'd either read the last chapter or a few pages of the book and be like, damn, how'd we get here? I don't read the end of the book. I do read like, well, sometimes I'll read like the next chapter before, like if we're in like a really like tense situation, like I'll read the next chapter just to make sure that I'm safe, and then I'll go back and I'll read the previous chapter, you know? It's like I just need to know that I'm safe right now. Am I safe? Is this chapter safe? And then I'll go back and I'll read it. I can't read like the end of the book because then it's like, oh, well, spoilers. Like I had spoilers for the whole thing. You know, just a chapter ahead. But I haven't done that with this book, so I actually have no fucking idea what's gonna happen. I didn't expect that she was gonna. I know we talked that she's gonna do this, but I thought it was gonna happen at like the end of the book. I thought she was gonna have like way more gaslighting happen, but Janie said, nah. We have to go to New Jersey today. Chapter 11. They spent 2 hours on the Connecticut Turnpike. Janie read every blue and white highway sign, as if it were immortal, as if it were immortal literature that she was going to be tested. On the New York Thruway, they paid a toll and turned north for White Plains, where they headed for the Toponsy Bridge and crossed the Hudson River. The river was very wide and flat, the same gray color as the sky. A single barge floated downstream. All that water, thought Janie, and no traffic on it. She stared at the apartment buildings and houses on the riverbanks and pretended to choose a place where Jane Joneston would live. Jane Joneston. She had planned Jane to be mysterious and sensual and full of flair. I'm like dying, I don't know. This book is like turning me inside out, I'm like dying. I keep having to mute because I feel like I'm like, I keep having to like burp, I'm like dying. She had always thought of mysteries as exciting curtains to be tucked aside to reveal intriguing pasts. But her mystery was sick and vicious. She was even now driving on the very road that Frank and Miranda Javinson had driven down when they had made their horrible decision to replace Hannah. Had they ever talked about it, out loud, ever said to each other, "Why don't we kidnap somebody?" Or had it happened of its own accord, without plan, and then somehow had seemed right to them instead of hideously, evilly wrong? "Janie," said Reeve, it's impossible." Janie held up the milk carton. "I see the milk carton," said Reeve, "but that isn't you. How could you recognize you after all these years?" I stand corrected. He don't believe. I stand corrected. I thought I had more faith. My bad. I did not recognize your game. I'm so sorry. I don't recognize me. I recognize my dress. Reeve, this dress is in the attic in Hannah's trunk. Come on, there must be a trillion. Stop. Enu, leave him. Come on, there must be a trillion polka dot dresses that little girls once wore. My sisters probably wore that stuff, so big deal. It is a big deal, Reeve. She could feel that Reeve wanted to drive 100 miles an hour and was angry with the traffic and the law for keeping him back. "And who could the Spring family be?" demanded Reeve. "Maybe it's a conspiracy. The Springs dreamed up to destroy your mother and father. They go to prison, you know, if they really kidnapped you." Reeve looked right at her. "Which they didn't," he said. "Prison." Another dark and vicious word. She had never seen a prison except on TV cop shows. Her mother stripped, searched, locked up, and tormented. "Mommy," Janie's heart cried. But out loud she said calmly, "Okay, I've been studying this map of New Jersey." She was glad driving took so much of Reeve's attention. He did not have much turnpike experience. The heavy truck-filled traffic kept Reeve's eyes up ahead or on the mirrors, but rarely able to meet Janie's eyes. It's a good thing that gas station was stocked with maps. We want to get off in 17 more exits and then turn south. The town where the shopping center is will be halfway between. What are we going to do when we get there?" Reeve demanded. Janie said nothing. She did not know yet. "Janie, how am I supposed to explain to my parents where we've been?" "Why do we have to explain to anybody? Let's say we went, just driving around, killing time. We felt like skipping school." Reeve said uneasily, They'll figure we found a motel room or a nice private beach. They'll figure it's sex we wanted, not that out of a test or an oral report. Janie swallowed. Normally, a natural, unnoticeable task, swallowing had become almost an athletic event. It's too cold for a beach, she thought. She pictured herself and Reeve on a hot sand, nothing but a string bikini between them. She said, "It's a long way. New Jersey is a much bigger state than you think it is." A double truck passed them, spraying such puddle water over the windshield that they were blinded. For a moment, they were as isolated as if they were trapped in a tin can. Reeve turned the wipers up to high. The water was whacked away. Though anybody less interested in sex and romance than you, it'd be hard to imagine, Janie. You're a little scary. You're like this hard, sharp, pointed thing. He doesn't like me, thought Janie. I'm in the car with my best friend. I guess he's my best friend, not Sarah Charlotte, because it's Reeve I've told. He wants not to be here. He doesn't like this person in his passenger seat. I've got to find out, she said. Why don't you just ask your parents? Reeve, what am I supposed to say? Daddy, stop telling me these cute little stories about Hannah's childhood. Admit you kidnapped me. It would hurt their feelings. Hi, Mr. B. Reeve laughed hysterically. But Janie, if they did kidnap you, who cares about their feelings? I do. They're my parents and I love them, Reeve said. I think we're a little confused here. Wouldn't you be? Demanded Janie. They drove on and on. New Jersey seemed to last forever. It does. As somebody who lived in New Jersey, it does. Signs for Philadelphia began to appear. That's Pennsylvania, thought Janie. She knew nothing of Philadelphia except the Revolutionary War and the Constitutional Convention. Now I'm sliding into a time warp as well as a kidnapping, she thought. I've lost my parents, I've lost my name, I'm losing my century too. Reeve found the silence intolerable. He began telling her more than she had ever known about his own childhood. About how Lizzie and Megan were so impressive in everything. Music, sports, academics, even housework. How Lizzie and Megan were virtually an opposing team of two in the Shields' house, each determined to get all the blue ribbons. How Todd, born the year between them, struggled endlessly to be seen and heard in that aggressive sandwich of sisters. How Reeve, born years later, had merely stared at all these superachievers, doing nothing much himself but making the occasional Lego building or turning a TV channel. They have TV. I don't know if it's in their house, but they have TV. I live next door to them, she thought, and I hardly notice. How much does anybody ever notice? She found herself thinking of Sarah Charlotte, who would not notice any change in Janie. Janie's life had collapsed. Sarah Charlotte nevertheless telephoned each night, giggled each lunchtime, and did not notice. They had long since lost KC 101 on the radio. Reeve tuned endlessly, trying to find a station he would like as well. When he had nothing more to say, he turned the radio up so loud they could no longer hear the rain. Say something, said Reeve. It's this exit, said Janie. Reeve turned to look at her for so long, she was afraid they'd go off the road. Briefly, this seemed quite reasonable. Forget finding answers. Abandon life instead. He expected me to say something about his childhood, she thought. About all those painful confessions he just made, but I'm too deep in my own painful confession. I'm a bad person. I was a bad daughter because a good person, a good daughter, would have noticed that she was being kidnapped. She would have remembered her real parents. She would have wept and sobbed and fought and tried to get home. She wouldn't just trade them in, and certainly not just for an ice cream sundae. Janie, what if we find these people, these springs? Her mind was so cluttered with confusion, she had not actually planned to look for the springs. She had planned to walk through the shopping center and see if it had triggered any memories, see if she could find that stool in front of that green Formica counter, see if she could remember. Instead, Hannah and the cross-country flight. Reeve never got off the New Jersey Turnpike. We're here, thought Janie. Fear seemed to throw up water over her eyes, the way the truck had thrown it on the windshield, and she was canned inside her fear. Spring is an unusual name, said Reeve. There might be only one Spring family in the phone book. There was an International House of Pancakes at the side of the road. Reeve suddenly swung into their parking lot and jolted in the air as he leaped over the sidewalk. Let's have pancakes and think about this, he said. They could be home. We might find them. What are you going to say when you ring the bell? Hi there. Am I your daughter? Janie shivered. I don't want to be their daughter. I want to be Mommy and Daddy's daughter. Reeve parked, opened his door, circled the car, opened her door, and took her hand. She still had her seatbelt on, and it jerked her back. When Reeve undid the belt seat catch, Janie began to cry. Oh, don't do that, said Reeve, horrified. What else is there to do? She imagined herself at some unknown doorway, some unknown woman answering it. Would it somehow be Hannah? A 12 years older Hannah? Would there be other children? But the years had passed. The high chairs would be gone. She crumpled against his chest. They stood in the rain, Janie hugging his middle. He was more solid than she had expected. And she could listen to all his inner parts, his heart beating in double thumps, his lungs filling in rhythm with hers. Janie, the thing is, I think they would call the police. That's what I would do. I was right about that. I was right about that. I think he would call the police. I was right about that. That's what I would do. Janie, think. Can you imagine the scandal? If you made this all up, they're gonna put you in a mental institution and give you counseling and shrinkage forever. Your parents will be wiped out. Wiped, Janie, off the map. I don't like that part. I don't like that part. Reeve tilted it back from her and held her face off his wet jacket. He slid his hands back along her cheeks until his fingers were tangled in her hair. How would they face a whole town, all those soccer parents, all those volunteer ladies, and say, yes, our daughter accused us of kidnapping her? He looked into her eyes and she thought, he loves me. She could actually read it in his eyes, but she did not know what kind of love it was. Compassion, neighbors, older brother. Reeve tried to lead her into the restaurant. She remained rooted to the spot. So, he said, trying to get around. Not in the mood for pancakes. How about a cheeseburger? I see golden arches in the distance. Janie shook her head. Janie, what if you're right? His voice was shaking. The police won't let you go back to your parents. Well, to Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, they'll... Reeve sucked in air. Something will happen. I don't know what, social workers and newspaper reporters and TV cameras, and we won't actually go to the door," said Janie. "We'll just drive by." Reeve pointed to a telephone booth across the street at a mobile station. They pivoted to face it, staring as if at the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Then they got back in the Jeep. Reeve circled the ugly A-frame restaurant with its slick brown roof. Janie was gasping for breath. Her head hurt savagely. Her hands hurt even worse. She looked at them to see if she had slammed them in the door or something, but they were clasping at each other so hard. She was trying to snap her own bones. She made herself let go. Reeve crossed traffic and pulled into the gas station. He maneuvered until he had her passenger door right in front of the phone booth. She prayed the phone book would have been stolen, but it was right there, hanging in a metal case by a metal cord. Her life, her soul, her history, her genes. She got out of the car and stood again in the rain. The rain was an unknown quantity. It seemed as safe as Reeve's chest. "Thank you, Grim Reaper. That was very sweet for you to say. Thank you. I hope you have a good day too, or a good night, wherever you are." She went into the booth and looked up Spring. It had one listing, and only one. How ordinary it sounded. How suburban and middle class. Spring. Jonathan Avery. 114 Highview Avenue. She walked into the gas station. A youngish man in need of a shave and a good weight loss program sat in filthy blue coveralls behind a greasy table and leered at her. She said, "Would you please tell me how to get to Highview Avenue?" For a moment, she thought he would refuse. That would be a sign, wouldn't it? That she wasn't meant to know. That even total strangers knew better than to let Janie Johnson near Highview Avenue. But he said, "Long way, baby. South on this road, about 2 miles. Left on Mountain Road. It's down mountain somewhere. Read the signs. Easy to miss. Good luck." She got back in her Jeep, dripping wet. Reeve turned the heater blower up high to dry her off. "South on this road," she told him. "Janie, I think we should go home." He was white and pinched. "I thought when you said skip school together, you really wanted to do something neat with me, Janie. I didn't know you just needed a chauffeur for something like this. I don't want to be a part of it. No matter how much you want to know, I don't want to know at all. I was thinking that you—" He broke off. He was thinking that I liked him, she thought. I do like him. I adore him. Her head pounded on and on. She had never had a headache like this, hammers and spotlights behind her eyes. She touched the cuff of his shirt sleeve where it stuck out of his jacket, and then very softly, nervously touched the skin of his wrist. She touched his wrist on each side of his watch band. She wanted to kiss his wrist, but the golden hairs that almost invisibly caught in the spiral tension of the band. If he had not been driving, she would have yanked him toward her and kissed him forever. Reeve said, "Janie, in the leaves, that day." But the part of her not suffering a headache, and the part of her not aching with love was reading street signs. "There's Mountain Road, Reeve. Turn right there." They got caught behind a school bus. "What time is it?" said Janie, frowning. Reeve held up his wrist for her, but she could not read upside down. 2 o'clock, he said. "They must get out early here." 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she thought. They won't get home until after dinner. What am I going to tell my parents? They'll be so mad at me. They'll never let me. She had to take her hand away from Reeve's wrist and put it over her mouth to stifle her hysterical laughter. The yellow bus stopped once, stopped twice. The third stop was for Highview Avenue, the 100 block. It was in development, perhaps 20 years old, mostly split levels with identical front bay windows opening into pleasant yards and thick shrubs. Each house had a 2-car garage, and most had hedges between them. The similarity among the houses was rather comforting, as if this were a neighborhood where you could predict what would happen next and be safe. It had momentarily stopped raining. Enormous puddles attracted the children as they leaped off the school bus. The boys jumped square into puddles, soaking their sneakers, splashing mud on the girls, who screamed happily and threw things like lunch bag apples they hadn't eaten. Reeve stopped the jeep while the children crossed the street. 2 boys, about 6th graders, went to number 114, Spring, Jonathan Avery, 114 Highview Avenue. The boys had red hair, the color of Janie's. She subtracted the years that she had been gone. Had they sat in high chairs in that kitchen once while she spilled milk on the floor? We had a dog, thought Janie. A big dog, yellowish. I used to hug the dog, and she'd lick my face. My mother would yell at me. Honey was the dog's name. The front door on number 114 began to open for the red-headed boys. They were not latchkey kids. Somebody was home to welcome them. The inner wood door was bright red. A hand reached to push open the storm door. Janie covered her eyes and sank down in the seat. Drive past. Hurry up, Reeve. Drive past. There were too many children dancing on the sidewalks with release from school to drive fast. He drove about 10 more houses and parked the car. The woman who opened the door has red hair too, he said. It's not true, said Janie. She could not tell if she was whispering or screaming. Her skull was vibrating as if the dentist drills had gone crazy inside her. I refuse to have it be true. Reeve, take me home. You were right. You were right. We have to make up a good lie. We can't tell anybody about this. From the other direction came a second yellow bus. It stopped quite close to them at the intersection of the 200 block. It was the high school bus. A handful of teenagers got off, none interested in each other, going their separate bored ways. A tall, skinny boy, from whose right shoulder hung a nearly empty book bag and a pair of enormous sneakers, headed toward them. Now those are serious feet, said Reeve, admiring. I hope the rest of his body grows to fit. Look at the size of those feet. Look at the red hair, thought Janie Johnson. That's my brother. The boy never saw her. He checked out the jeep. He checked out Reeve, but was not interested in the passenger. The sneakers hanging by tied laces banged his chest as he walked. She slowly, very slowly, in her seat turned and watched him. He crossed the street. He glanced in a newspaper cylinder. He put his right hand on the fender of a parked car and used it for leverage to toss himself over a hedge. He leaped into the air to touch the sagging, leafless branch of a tree. The branch snapped back and jittered. It began to rain again, as if the twig had punctured the cloud. The boy went in the front door of number 114. The drive home took forever. They had not known there was this much traffic in the entire world, let alone New Jersey to New York to Connecticut. Reeve was exhausted. His hands gripped the wheel, his eyes darted around. He would never have admitted it, but the pressure of the racing cars, the huge truck, inches away, the endless turnpike entrances where cars nudged his fenders trying to squeeze in, visibly frightened him. Neither one had driven anywhere but their own safe, slow corner of the world. Janie kept looking at his watch. "Should we call them?" she said nervously. "Tell our parents we're fine, but we're gonna be late?" Reeve said, "Well, if you can think of anything to say to your parents, go ahead and call. I'll stop at a McDonald's on the Connecticut Turnpike." "But I know what my parents are going to think. They're going to think you and I went to a motel to learn about sex. My sister Megan did that with her second boyfriend. His name was Philip. My mother still gets a fever whenever she hears the name Philip." It's not funny. I do think their relationship is like actually very genuinely sweet. Because like not one time has he actually like pressured her in any way, shape, or form. He's just like, "Do you know they're gonna think that do you know that they're gonna think that we wanted to have sex? Like I just wanted to have pancakes with you." Like everybody's gonna think that we wanted sex. It's just so funny to me that they both are having like the same thought. They're both like, "Damn, everybody's gonna think that we wanted to have sex. I wanted to like maybe kiss a little bit and like have some pancakes." Like I don't even want that. It's like very sweet, in like a very like innocent way. They crossed the Hudson River and hurtled on toward Connecticut. There seemed to be no way out of the traffic. It had a nightmarish, eternal quality. As though they may be doomed to race wheel to wheel with the rest of the world, never reaching any destination. Janie said, "A motel." She tried to think in terms of romance, or at least sex. Both were certainly easier subjects than kidnapping and another set of parents. Spring, Jonathan Avery, whose family consisted of at least 3 brothers and a missing daughter. The radio brought traffic reports. Highways they had never heard of were jammed for miles. Bridges they had never crossed were impassable. Alternate routes with preposterous names were suggested. Reeve's hand suddenly loosened on the wheel. "It's not too late," he said. "For what?" "For the motel." The speed in their lane never slowed. Nobody had ever heard of a 55-mile-per-hour limit. Anybody driving 55 would have been crushed beneath the wheels of 1,000 automobiles, each flattening them a little bit more until there was nothing left in the road but the metallic gleam of a car that drove too slowly. She could touch him in places she had never touched another human being. She could lean on a chest not covered by layers of wet jacket and buttoned shirt. I don't think I could concentrate," she whispered, wetting her lips. Maybe I could concentrate enough for the both of us," said Reeve. I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm sick. Bro, this always happens. This always happens. Like, every single time somebody is traumatized, they're like, what if we could fuck right now? Like, stop. Stop. But the thing is, like, I can't even put this on him. I actually cannot even put this on him because the hotel is Janie's idea. Like, I can't even put that on him. I can't even be like, well, he brought this up. Like, oh yeah, I'm bet some dick. Like, instead, Janie's like, I might get some dick tonight. Like, oh, Janie. We don't have time. We don't have time for this. You needed to go knock on that fucking door and tell those people, like, I am your missing daughter. Oh my god, I did not see any of this coming. I could not have predicted this. I could not have predicted this. I was just about to say. She mentioned it first, and she's been thinking about it, like, since he kissed her. Not sex, but she has been thinking about, like, doing stuff, like, since he kissed her. I will say that is not him. That is Janie. I can't even put that on her. I can't even be like, Janie, this boy is trying to take advantage of you. It's like, I think Janie's trying to take advantage of Reeve. Like, I think Janie. Oh no, I think Janie has some illicit thoughts for this boy. I don't know. I'm like, I think Reeve, you need to get home. I need to leave that little girl alone. I think she has devious thoughts. She's over here licking her lips and shit. It's not safe for you. It's not safe. You're making dangerous travels. It's not safe. It is not safe. It is not safe. It is not safe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Listen, she is a little girl. I also think he's a little ass boy. Like, I think they're both little, to be fair. To be fair to the both of them, I think they're both little, I think they're kids. Like, I think they're kids. And I'm not saying that, like, one is worse than the other because honestly, like, Janie, like, I'm not even saying that she doesn't even like him because, like, I think they both actually like each other, like, genuinely. I do think the kidnapping is complicating things. Like, I do think the kidnapping is complicating things because, like, he just found out about this kidnapping like 2 hours ago. Like, he just found out about this 2 hours ago. Like, he hasn't even processed any of that. And she's been thinking about this for like a week now, like 3 weeks. I don't know, I'll say 2 weeks. It doesn't feel like 3 weeks. 2 weeks now. And clearly, seeing her brothers is making her spiral in ways that are unsafe for the both of them. I just think, like, I don't think they should have sex right now. Like, I'm not even saying that they shouldn't have sex, period. I'm just saying they shouldn't have sex right now. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think they should have sex right now. Like, this is not a good time for them to have sex. Like, there's too much trauma. And I'm not even saying like trauma like for Janie, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's like Reeve is kind of going through it on his own in ways that are like not appropriate either because like Reeve is also going through like his whole like feeling like lesser than, like not feeling like he has a place in like his town because like his siblings are quote unquote better than him according to like his family and according to everybody at school. Like, he is also like not at a good place mentally. Like, they're both not at a good place for entirely different reasons, and I just don't think they should be having sex right now. Like, I am not for the sex chapter. Like, I am actually not interested. Like, at all. I am not at all interested. I am not at all interested because I'm like, this is bad. This is really bad. I need a drink. This is really bad. I need a sip. I need a sip of something. I didn't know you were gonna go here. I didn't know. I'm like trying my hardest to not flip these pages and read the last part of this book. I need to know whether or not they're about to have sex right now. Like, I actually need to know, like, are they about to have sex right now? Are they about to have sex right now? Like, I think I'm gonna need to spoil this for myself. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna need to spoil this for myself. I'm gonna need to spoil this for myself. Okay, I'm safe. I'm safe. This chapter is actually very short, which is interesting. I've been paying attention to the chapter lengths, and every single time that Janie like talks about her past and her like biological family, the chapters are very long. But whenever she talks about like her as Janie, the chapters have been very short. I've been noticing that. Chapter 12, we're gonna have to read chapter 13. I know I said let's stop after chapter 12, but we're gonna have to read chapter 13. Like, it's not enough. It is not enough for real. Chapter 12, we're gonna have to read. Because like chapter 12 is like literally 2 pages. Like, we're gonna have to, let's actually like one, two, it's like literally 3 pages. Like, we have got to read chapter 13. Like, we have got to lock in. Okay, chapter 12. And they were in Connecticut. They passed the beautiful suburbs from which commuters went daily to New York City, then hurtled through the ugly mill towns and smog-rimmed cities that lined the shore farther east. Reeve took an exit. "Are we out of gas?" said Janie. Reeve shook his head. Down the ramp exit they went, and the sudden release from traffic and noise was like taking off heavy coats. Janie felt thin and easy again. Reeve turned left at the stoplight, then went back under the turnpike, and there in front of them was a motel. The motel was nasty, flat-roofed, crouching rows of cheap pinky and yellow doors. "However you pay for this," said Janie. "I have my father's American Express card." They both registered. Reeve wrote in his tall, cramped handwriting, "Reeve Shields." Janie took the pen and froze up. "I have no name. I'm not Janie Johnson or Jane Johnstone or Jane Javinson or even Janie Spring." The clerk saw her hesitation and gave her a sick, sly grin. She wrote Jane Johnson. The clerk turned the registration card around and read the names aloud. "Jane Johnson," he repeated, smirking. "Big imagination, lady." Reeve's fist came out, terrifying them all. The clerk leaped backward. Reeve grabbed the key instead of decking the clerk. His hand locked on Janie's arm and hauled her outside. They stood panting in the smoggy, rain-laden air of the industrial Connecticut. She said, "Reeve, I can't." She expected an argument, but she got none. He just nodded. He looked for a while at the cement blocks that were peeling with old vanilla-colored paint and the rain puddling through the rusted gutters. They both knew if he had gone to a different sort of place, with a safer, richer, cleaner feeling, they could have. They would have. Reeve shrugged. He stuck the key in the motel mailbox and went back to the Jeep. Janie said, "When we do it for real, Reeve, it won't be like this." When? When? Said Reeve. I had to mute. Because that shit was cracking me up. I love an assertive woman. I can't lie. It's very funny to me. Even he was surprised. Even he was freaked out. She's like overly freaked out. He's like, oh yeah, no, I plan to fuck you, just not right now. Like, like, oh no, Reeve, don't get it twisted. Like, I still want this. Like, just not right now. Like, I'm going through a lot, but like, no, I'll fuck you soon. Don't worry. We'll get to that. It's cracking me the fuck up. Mind you, mind you, mind you. Nope. I mean, I don't think he's gonna say no. I'm gonna be real here. I don't think he's gonna say no. He want that. He want that little girl. I'm saying it like he's not a little boy. Like they want each other. They're both kids. It's fine. But like the craziest part about this, right? Nobody has addressed the major issue of their relationship. Janie, you need to tell him that like you're actually 14. If you've been kidnapped, okay? You've got to bring up this hypothetical. If you have been kidnapped, you might be 14. You just might. You might be 14. You've got to at least tell him and let him process that. I'm not saying you guys can't be with each other. I am saying you should tell him that. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you should tell him that. Because he thinks you're about to turn 16, girl. Like you've gotta tell him. You've gotta tell him that. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I just think that's hilarious. Reeve is like, when? 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 Son, you've missed like I don't know, you missed like a lot of this book, so we gotta get through chapter 12. We can do a quick recap later, but we gotta get through the rest of this. You missed a lot of this. She has possibly been kidnapped and she's confronting this. That's all you need to know. When? Said Reeve softly. That line is cracking me up. His long face seemed thinner than ever, and his open mouth a stranger's. Then, his joyful, wonderful grin split his face, and he turned back into her Reeve, her trusty, rusty next door neighbor, and he grabbed her waist and swung her around, and then stood very still, kissing her. It was a full-length kiss. She felt him down the entire length of their bodies, through their clothes, through their coats. The ice of her fears was replaced by a shimmering heat, a heat that was Reeve. I don't think I can drive, said Reeve when they were in the Jeep. Well, I can't. Not in this traffic. You want driving experience, take it. Neither of them wanted driving experience. It was another experience altogether they wanted. Yeah, they wanted to go out there and fuck. They wanted to go out there and have some sex, but they said not at the motel. No, they said we're a little bit too rich for this. She had already said like if it was in a richer neighborhood, like we'd probably have sex, but like we're not having sex at this dirty ass motel. We're not having sex at this dirty ass motel. Like we can go have sex at like a nicer place, but they can't get to a nicer place right now. So but like I get it. Like who wants to have their first like sexual experience like at a crusty ass motel? Like you won't want to do that. Start the motor. said Janie. Believe me, it's running, said Reeve, and they giggled desperately. What time is it? Said Janie. She blew a long puff of air upward, lifting her hair off her wet forehead. Late, said Reeve. I don't know why we worried about New Jersey calling the police. If we don't get home soon, our parents will be the ones to call the police. He touched her hair that he had yanked a million times before, when he was nothing but an annoying brat next door. As if she might refuse him permission, as if he were touching gold. He took a breath so deep, she thought his chest rising might split his shirt. And then he fell back against his own window instead of against her. Reeve, we registered. There's going to be a bill. It'll come through on your parents' American Express next month. Your mother will talk about Megan and Philip, she said. She gripped the seatbelt when she wanted to be exploring him. This bitch is horny as hell. I'm trying to be serious. I'm trying to like keep decorum, but like she's so horny. It's so funny to me. It's not the time. There are bigger issues. There are bigger issues. I said this like 3 chapters ago. I'm like, there are bigger issues. I understand. Like, listen, I'm not saying she's wrong. I understand. She's 14. She has this boy. This boy really likes her. He loves her. I mean, shit. I'd be horny too, but like, she needs to calm down. She needs to calm down. Like, it's crazy. Like, we're really avoiding like the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that your parents kidnapped you, girl. The elephant in the room is that you have 3 brothers that you don't know about. The elephant in the room is you're not gonna fuck this boy in this crusty ass motel, so the both of you need to take your ass home. Big ass elephants in the room, and she's over here thinking about it, touching his body. Like, girl, we don't have time for that. We don't have time for all of that. We don't have time for that. Inu. I don't think these kids are gonna have sex in this Jeep if they weren't gonna have sex at the motel, you know? Not for nothing, and I am not judging anybody that's having car sex. But car sex is a different level of desperation, and I don't even mean that with judgment. I just mean that as a fact. Sex in the car? Sex in the car with that seat belt digging into your back. Sex in the car? Sex in the car is another level, you know, and I just don't think Janie got it. I think she's horny, but I don't think she got it. I don't think she got that look. I don't think she got it. I don't think she got it. Listen, I am not rich, but like if I was 14 and like the guy that I liked, I'd rather have no sex. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I can't believe you guys are having sex. I'd rather have no sex than have car sex. Car sex is so uncomfortable. This is like shower sex all over again. I've had this conversation before. Like, I think shower sex is like completely overrated. It's as a hazard, actually. I know people are gonna be like, oh my god, pup, there you go again with your safety. But like, it's a hazard. It's a hazard, first of all. And I think car sex is extremely overrated. I do. I think it's extremely overrated. It sucks. You need a fucking bed. And if I was 14 and I had this hot boy that I'm interested in and that loved me, I wouldn't want to fuck in a dirty ass motel either. I wouldn't want to fuck in a dirty ass motel either. I mean, they could just wait to have sex. I think no sex is better than car sex. I actually have that stance. That's a real stance that I have. I don't want to have sex in no fucking car. I don't have sex in a fucking car. You crazy? No. Absolutely not. I think shower sex is extremely overrated and it's a fucking hazard and it sucks. I think having another person in my fucking shower is extremely overrated. It fucking sucks. It's one of those things that's like hot on paper, but it's not actually hot in practice. For a multitude of reasons. A multitude of reasons. Multitude of reasons. I think they need to take their fast little asses back home. That's what I think they need to do. That's what I think they need to do. Need to have a big ass shower. I don't think people should be fucking in the shower. That's how I feel about it. And obviously, I'm not in everybody's house, so I can only speak for myself. I'm not fucking in the fucking shower. I'm not fucking in the bath. I'm not fucking in the shower. That's the space for me. The bath and the shower is a space for me and my Spotify playlist. Me and my YouTube watch later. It is not a space for you and your fucking pussy. It's not a space for you and your penis. It is a space for me and my thussy. And my thussy. No, I'm not fucking in the bath before one of us slips and falls and cracks our head against the fucking porcelain and we die. And people will be like, that's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. I promise you it will. Which is better? No sex. Which is better? No sex. No sex. If there's the option for me to have no sex, I'm gonna take that. None of it. No sex. None. None whatsoever. They gotta make up a lie about how it happened. No sex. Third option. Nobody's fucking. Wash up before the fucking. Exactly. Why are we fucking in the shower? Why are we fucking in the shower? To be honest, I have never found shower sex to be enticing because the shower is like my time. You know? The shower is my time. Fuck, I look like having somebody ruin my fucking shower. I think car sex is equally as bad for different reasons. Car time is also my time. Car time is also my time, and also, like, I have a whole thing about sex in public places. I think it's inappropriate. I know. Wow, Pup. For a sex demon, you have a lot of rules. I do. I think public sex is inappropriate. Why are you involving other people in your sex? I know this as a fact because I knew somebody who had car sex too. And they ended up on a registry. I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact. They did end up on a registry. They got arrested. They got arrested because they wanted to go fuck in their car with their fucking girlfriend and they ended up on a fucking registry. You can't just be having sex in your fucking car. Go home. Go home. Go home. This is the shit that pisses me off. And actually at the time everybody was like, oh my god, that's awful that this person like got arrested. But like in hindsight, I'm like, yeah, dude. You definitely deserve to be arrested. Bro, anybody could have walked up to the fucking car and been like, what the hell are they doing in there? They were in a public location having some sex. I'm like, you couldn't wait until you got home. This is insanity. Insanity. Right in front of my salad, yes. Listen, it doesn't matter anyway because these are some kids. These are children, so they shouldn't be having they shouldn't be fucking in no motel anyway. Okay? They need to go home. Fucking Reeve over here needs to be doing his fucking homework. That's what he needs to be doing. And Janie needs to call the fucking police. The both of them have things they need to be doing right now, and none of that includes sex. In front of my strawberries. Reeve needs to be doing his homework for real. Like, he actually doesn't have time for this. He might fail his year. He needs to, like, lock in. Said he's making out with girls in his Jeep. Come on now. Come on now. Let's lock in. Let's find out what they do. I don't think my mother wants to go through that a second time. That's crazy. That's crazy, Emu. That's crazy. That's insane. Shut up. That is insane. Super senior for your 14-year-old girlfriend. Stop. To be fair to him, he does not know right now that she's 14. I don't know if that would change things between either one of them, honestly. It's like bad circumstances all the way around. But like, it's like bad circumstances all the way around because, I mean, it's unfair to Janie too because she's been living her life as though she's 16 or about to turn 16. So it's like, girl, yeah, that sucks. This all sucks. It sucks. I mean, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. Janie thought about it for like one business day, and then she was like, anyway, back to thinking about fucking Reeve. And my deadbeat parents. Okay, wait, let's lock in. Hi, Atmo. Hiya. I don't think my mother wants to go through that a second time, said Reeve. I always planned to keep it a secret from her when it was my turn. Why does my turn always come so much later than Lizzie's and Megan's and Todd's turns? They managed to talk. He managed to drive. Neither of them, radio addicts though they were, remembered to turn on the radio. The car was filled with rhythm and rock of their own thoughts. The journey that lasted so long rushed by toward the end. They fell silent. He took their exit, drove through their town, past the houses of their friends, the streets of their childhoods. Janie, said Reeve suddenly. His voice shocked her in the quiet of the car. Your parents have been my parents too. They raised me as much as my own. Whenever Lizzie and Megan and Todd were driving me nuts, I'd be at your place. I haven't figured out the truth in this New Jersey stuff, but Janie, we can't jump to conclusions. Oh, okay. Sure, said Janie. She was sick with nerves. Just because they have my hair, and I remember the dog Honey, and it's my dress on the carton, we won't jump to any conclusions. Okay, so the conclusions are there, staring us in the face. The fact is, your parents are going to be staring at us in the face in about a minute. What then, Janie? I promise you'll never have to go through this a second time. She herself had said that, and she meant it. But Janie had not quite realized that she would have to go through it too. And not just once. All her life, she would be a part of whatever happened in that shopping center in New Jersey. Reeve drove up their hill. The lights of both the Shields and the Johnson houses were on from the attic to the cellar as if their parents had been searching for bodies in hidden corners. This is it, said Reeve. I don't want to go in alone. I don't want to go in at all. But there was no need to go in. 4 angry, screaming parents came out instead. Honestly, they should have fucked at the motel. I'm kidding. I don't actually want that for them. I'm kidding. I don't actually want that for them. I do want them to run away. I want that part. I do want them to run away. I want that part. I don't want them to have sex at that dinky ass motel. I don't want that for them. I do want that. Chapter 13, which might be the last chapter that we read tonight. I am so sorry. I have got to go to bed. I have work tomorrow. I gotta go to bed. Bruh, I don't know. If I was Janie in this moment, like, and my parents, my kidnapping parents, are yelling at me, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't believe we have like so much of the book left. I'm like, what the fuck is gonna happen? Because they already did the thing that I thought they were gonna do. So I'm like, well, what now? I'm like, I don't know. I think I just called them out to their face. I'd be like, bitch, you kidnapped me. I don't know. I'd be like, you bitch just kidnapped me. I don't know. I think she's gotta call that fucking number. The only thing that Janie hasn't done that I need her to do is call the number on the milk carton. That's the only thing I need her to do now. Because she's already been to New Jersey. She knows that's her fucking brother. She knows that those are her brothers. She knows that her mom or her dad, whoever, is there. She knows for herself. So she just needs to call the number. But like, I don't know if she's gonna be able to do that now. I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's read chapter 13. It was wonderful to be yelled at. It was so parental. Her mother's face, taut with worry and rage, was a mother's face. Her father's hands, rigid with wanting to shake her by the shoulders till her teeth rattled, were a parent's hands. They loved her. Parents who loved you bothered to get mad. Once, years ago, furious at Sarah Charlotte, Janie had stomped on Sarah Charlotte's glasses and purposely broken her friend's retainer. When her parents saw the pink plastic splinters on the sidewalk, Janie thought they would kill her. In that time, she cheated on the math test in 6th grade. That occasion was memorable, first for the screaming, and second for the failure her parents had insisted she'd get for the entire marking period, even though the teacher was willing to forgive Janie. And of course, the time she and Sarah Charlotte, age 10, decided to see whether it was true what they had heard at a slumber party, that you died when you had Coke and aspirin at the same time. The time her mother said Janie was old enough now to do her own laundry and ironing. And Janie replied, forget it. You do it, or I'll stay dirty. Ah, the yelling. They're my mother and father, Janie thought. That's why they're so mad. That's what mothers and fathers do. Janie, how could you do this, no matter how upset and angry and confused you were? You know what a telephone is. They yelled, and she basked in it. It was like sunshine in the summer seeping into her pores. You could at least show some remorse, shouted her father, instead of smiling at the driveway. While next to him, Mr. Shields bellowed, Reeve, how could you have done this? Did you know about this Hannah nightmare? And yet you purposely, the very next day, whisked Janie off so her mother and father had to go through it again? That was horrible of you. What kind of person are you? Those people in New Jersey are just people in New Jersey, thought Janie. I don't want them, and I don't care about them, dear God. I feel like I am on a roller coaster every single chapter. I'm like, oh, I'm with you, Janie. Like, I'm not with you. Like, I'm with you, Janie. Like, I'm not with you. Like, Janie, we're up, Janie. We're up 20 points, Janie. We're down 30. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so funny because, like, okay, it's actually genuinely funny to me because I think for the first time, like, I am actually just not mad at Janie. Not saying that I've ever been mad at her throughout the book, but I think it's funny that I've never been mad at her throughout the book. Like, this is infuriating. Like, obviously, this is infuriating because, like, as the reader, like, you want her to, like, call the police, obviously. But, like, I can't be mad at Janie. I don't know. I can't be mad at her. Like, I can't be mad at her. Like, I can't be mad at her for anything. Like, everything that she's doing, it's just like, that sounds about right. Like, as a character, like this character writing, like, I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, that sounds about right. That's exactly what a child would do. That's exactly what a person would do if they were in Janie's situation. Like, I can't be mad at her. But like, as a reader, you're like, Janie, call the police. Like, you have to call the police. You know what I mean? I think that's why it's like so funny to me. I'm like, oh my god. Right now we're down 30. Right now we're down 30. Janie didn't make the ball, and that's okay. She didn't make it in. That's okay. I believe in Janie. I believe she's going to eventually get that ball in the hoop, you know. Slam dunk. Just not this chapter, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Mom, she said. I'm sorry, Daddy. I decided to cut school so we could talk. We just drove around for hours. Nothing happened. Nothing happened, repeated her father. He had aged. Tonight he was indeed a grandfather. Lines creased his cheeks as if he had slept on a pile of books. The distinguished hair was just a tired gray. Oh, I'm thinking. I just thought about this. I think the credit card statement is going to be important. I think the credit card statement is going to be important. Janie has essentially, like, what, a month left before she needs to, like, call the police. You know what I mean? Because the minute that that card statement shows up, because as of right now, this lie works, right? Like, we didn't actually do anything, but they did pay for the motel room. So next month, Reeves' father is gonna get that notice on his American Express, because this is like back in the day before you can just like log into your bank account like on your computer, you know. Instead, they like sent you. Instead, they sent you like a, I don't know, a statement or something like that, being like, these are all the charges that are on your account. So like, the rest of this book is probably gonna be like the next month before that statement comes. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's probably gonna be before then, because immediately like Janie's father, not Janie's father, but like, yeah, no, probably like Janie's mother, because they talk about everything. They establish that at the start of the book, where like Janie's mother talks with Reeve's mother about everything that happens with Reeve. So the minute that that statement comes out, Janie, not I keep saying Janie's mother, but like Reeve's mother is gonna tell Janie's mother they went to a fucking motel. They've been out there fucking. They went there. They told me, like, Reeve told me that they didn't even do anything, but they actually went out there and they were fucking that night. And then Janie's mom is gonna be like, they went where? They went outside of Connecticut. Oh, hell no. And she's gonna start putting pieces together, like, what if she went back to New Jersey? I see it. I see what's happening here. I see. I'm calling it. That's my lock. That's my lock. That's my next lock. So far, my locks have all come true. This is my next lock. This is my next lock. I think. I think the statement, and then Janie's mother is probably gonna confront her and be like, "Oh, what the hell were you doing at that motel? Da 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 da. Like, why were you even over there?" And Janie's gonna have to be like, "Bitch, I did go. I did go try and see my birth mom, my birth family." I'm thinking that's where that's going, but I don't know. That I'm locking that in though. I'm locking that in. Because I just remembered, I'm like, oh yeah, like, he's not gonna get that credit card statement until like next month. So like, this lie is only gonna work for like a month, you know? We paced the floor for hours in complete panic, wondering if you'd ever come back, wondering if you'd bother to let us know. Don't you dare tell me nothing happened. Reeves simply stood still, waiting it out. Boys did that. Janie's mother, exhausted from worry and grief, burst into tears. Janie, why didn't you tell us at breakfast that you were upset? Why did you lie and insist everything was fine? We would have done anything. Hannah ran away like that. I thought you were. We weren't running away, interrupted Reeve. We were talking, that's all. I know we should have called and said we were fine, but we didn't. I'm sorry. Everything's fine. You have a very strange concept of the word fine, said Reeve's father. Let me assure you, you are not fine right now. You are about to get the punishment of your life. Get in the house. I also just have to point this out. Crazy ass bitch Miranda is, i.e., Janie's mother, being like, why did you lie? Bitch, why did you kidnap a child? You crazy bitch. Oh, why did you lie to us this morning? Why did you lie to Janie for 12 years? Interesting. You crazy bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? I know we haven't got to that point, but I'm gonna do it because Janie's not ready. I'm gonna say it because Janie's not ready. She's not ready to call her mother a crazy bitch, but I will. Janie, your mother is a crazy fucking bitch, and your dad is a crazy fucking son of a bitch. Let me tell you what. They're made in heaven, the both of them, for each other. That's insanity. Reeve and Janie looked at each other. They won't let us see each other again, thought Janie. I won't be able to ride to school with him. His father would ground him for the rest of senior year. But Reeve helped me, said Janie desperately. I needed him and he was there. The yelling stopped. Their parents stood quiet and limp. Nobody had touched. Nobody had reached out to forgive or hold. Reeve's mother surprised them all. Then, I'm proud of you, Reeve, she said huskily. Frank and Miranda told us all about Handa and the Colts. So they lied. They lied to you too. Because that shit's not real, so they lied to you too. It must have been a terrible shock to you, Janie. It was certainly a shock to us. Now that you're back and we know you're safe, I suppose I can admit that helping Janie work this out was much more important than a day at school. Reeve changed gears as fast as a raced car. We could talk about it again tomorrow, Janie and I, he suggested brightly. It was probably enough shock to skip school all week. I think not, said Reeve's father. Inside the Shields' house, the phone began ringing. It's Megan, said Mrs. Shield, or Lizzie or Todd. We called to see you. We called to see if you had run away with any one of them. Reeve stared at his mother. Megan's in California, he said. The adults nodded. So is Hannah, presumably, said Janie's father, looking old enough for canes and nursing homes. The craziest thing is, like, she's on the East Coast, because they're like in Connecticut. They intentionally chose a story to feature a fake ass daughter that lives in California so that she would never search her proximity. They did that intentionally, mind you. So if she ever did want to go and find her actual birth mom, it's a good thing that she was doing the research before this had even happened. Let me tell you what. Because, like, they were always going to tell her this story. They were always going to tell her this story. And even if she wanted to go out in California, let's say she never found herself on the milk carton, she wanted to go out in California, that girl's not real. She would be searching the entire state for a mom that was never real. They did that intentionally. So she would have the hardest time trying to find her mom in California compared to Connecticut. They're evil. They're evil. They are evil. Yeah, you can't convince me that they're not. You cannot convince me that these people are not evil. They're sick. "Oh, Daddy," cried Janie, hurling herself on him, as if she were 3 years old instead of nearly 16. But I'm not nearly 16. Jeannie Spring on the carton has a different birthday altogether. She's 6 months younger than I am. I'm not going to join some creepy cult. I'm not running away. Daddy, I'm sorry. Janie linked arms with her elderly father and trembling mother. Her parents made a sandwich around her. They were both taller, and she was tucked between them like a child. "We don't know where Hannah is. We don't even know if she's alive," said her mother, weeping afresh. "Cults went out of fashion. That's a fucking lie. We haven't seen Hare Krishna in years. That's a fucking lie. These bitches are ridiculous. They stay lying." They stay lying. They're like, "Oh yeah, like cults only happened during the very specific time when you were like 3 years old. They no longer exist." Yeah, like we have no idea. Like they have no, I don't even know. They only existed during the time where you would want to find your mom, and that's kind of it. They like don't exist anymore. There's never been a cult. I'm sorry. Anna could be wasting away on some forgotten commune in California, or she could be a bag lady in Los Angeles. Who knows? Her mother rocked Janie back and forth, but really she was rocking herself, or baby Hannah. "You promised us last night that you wouldn't have to go through this again," said her mother, and 12 hours later it began. Her mother's voice changed to begging. "Don't hurt me, Janie. Janie, please," said her mother, raw and bleeding. Mr. and Mrs. Shield and Reeve went in to tell Megan, Lizzie, and Todd that the lost had been found. I don't know, I think Janie needs a gun. This isn't even funny anymore. I think Janie needs a gun. Like, these people are actually so sick. Janie, oh my god, Janie, I don't know. Like, I'm getting actually fucking sick. Janie, you need a gun. I'm sitting here sick to my stomach. Janie, you need a gun. Cause, like, why is she crying like that? She's talking about "don't hurt me." Girl, you kidnap somebody's daughter. Like, oh my god, I need them. I don't know. I don't know what the punishment is. Prison isn't enough. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Janie helped her parents inside, consoled them, made promises. Maybe it's a good thing this is the last chapter that I'm reading because I actually can't even focus right now. Janie helped her parents inside, consoled them, made promises. She knew that she would never talk about New Jersey to them. They could not endure it. New Jersey. What a nice catch-all phrase for the mess that had erupted in her life. It rounded up the chaos into a neat rectangle below New York, leaning onto Pennsylvania and waving out over the Atlantic Ocean. "I'm sorry," she said again. She began crying harder than her mother, and her mother, being motherly, recovered somewhat. "Don't cry, honey. It'll be all right. I love you. Daddy loves you." Her father stared at the wall, his jaw clenched to prevent weeping. His eyes were the saddest, laden with grief he chose not to shed. And whether he was thinking of Janie next to him, or Hannah gone forever, she did not know. "Think of me," Janie thought. "I'm your daughter." The nightmare came like mud, thick, oozing, filth. The mud hung onto her feet and her brain. It was filled with reaching hands and cackling laughter. Car wheels spun in the mud and fingers pointed. Janie ran. I said Jenny, oh my god. I said Jenny, Freudian slip. Janie ran. But her feet did not move. Trucks tried to run her over, and when she screamed for help, her parents were busy with other things. She woke up, The bed was drenched with her sweat. What time was it? Thought Janey, groping for the clock. If only it could be dawn so she could go downstairs and start coffee and be done with this horrible night. But it was 2 a.m. She wept briefly. Her mother had said, "We love you. It'll be all right." But did love conquer all? Could love conquer the theft of a child? It will never be all right, she thought. She did not turn on the lights. The room was entirely dark except for the faint blue glow from the digital clock. Yet she knew every object in the room. Everything around her was normal. She did not feel kidnapped. She felt chosen, adopted, needed so desperately by Frank and Miranda that perhaps they didn't even know what they'd done to acquire a second daughter. Temporary insanity. But if it came out, thought Janey, it would be permanent insanity for all of us. New Jersey must vanish. Jenny Spring must never be. She resolved to be Janey Johnson with all her heart, mind, and soul. She fell asleep feeling better, but the dreams came again. And this time they were falling. Bottomless falls, evil below, evil above. When she woke up, she was hanging onto the pillow with a grip so tight she had ripped the lace trim off the pillowcase. She silently went into the guest room and retrieved more pillows, which she arranged around herself in bed like walls. Huddled in a white fortress, she managed to sleep a couple of hours. In the morning, breakfast was desperate and silent. Her mother drove her to school, as if Janey might escape otherwise. "Mom," said Janey, "I promise, okay?" Her mother nodded shakily. "I'm staying home," she said. "I've canceled everything. If you need me, if you feel upset, if you think even for a minute about running off again, Janey, promise you'll telephone me." It was cold, with the beginning of winter, and the car heater had not yet begun to warm the car, but her mother was perspiring. She looked as exhausted as if she had just mowed several acres of lawn with a push mower. She looked old. "I promise," said Janey, "but I'm not going anywhere except class. Today's your hospital day. Go to the hospital." "It's my tutoring day." "Then tutor." "I don't want to tutor." They giggled. "We sound like 2-year-olds slugging it out," said Janey. Her mother took Janey's hand, turning it over, examining it, as if she might never see the hand again and needed to memorize the texture and shape. "Mom," said Janey, "I promise." "Okay. Okay, have a good day." Janey bolted before either of them broke down. "Earth to Jane Elizabeth Johnson. Earth to Jane Elizabeth Johnson," shrilled Charlotte. She was elegant today. Long knit skirt, heavy blouse with a wide, dramatic belt, and long, coppery earrings that reached her narrow shoulders. Janey felt at least 5 years younger than Sarah Charlotte. "I'm right here," she said. "Stop making a spectacle of yourself." "I beg your pardon," said Sarah Charlotte frostily. "You're the one that's acting crazy." "What do you mean by that?" Janey tried to occupy herself, unfolding a paper napkin for lunch. "I mean, you are out in space today. What's going on in your life that you aren't telling me about? I resent this, Janey. I mean it. What aren't you sharing with me? There is nothing in your life that you are allowed to keep private." Sarah Charlotte took Janey's napkin away. Janey said nothing. In a more irritable, more honest voice, Sarah Charlotte added, "Your mother and father telephoned 4 times yesterday looking for you. Now where were you? What's going on? I can't stand that you didn't tell me." "She's in love," guessed Katrina. Automatically, Janey's eyes flew across the cafeteria to locate Reeve. Every other kid peered or stood to see where she was looking. "It's Reeve," said Johnson. "I knew it. The old boy next door trick." Reeve waved at her. "You toad," said Sarah Charlotte. "You've been doing stuff with Reeve and you didn't call me up and tell me. Our friendship is over, Janie." A strange, flighty mood was keeping Janie aloft. "That's okay," teased Janie. "I have a replacement over there in the senior section." She felt truly strung out, as if she were a rubber band being stretched, vibrating with pressure. "Blow him a kiss, Janie," said Adair. "Let's get this romance on the road." Janie blew Reeve a kiss. Reeve blew one back. "Okay, I'm begging," said Sarah Charlotte. "We still are best friends. Now, I want details, all of them." Jason, Pete, Katrina, Adair, and Sarah Charlotte swiveled their heads in unison and leaned forward into Janie's face. "You may have my overcooked mushy canned peas if you tell," offered Jason. "You can have the bottom half of my biscuit too," said Adair. "It's hardly burnt at all. It's supposed to be black like that." Taking her thick auburn hair with both hands, Janie stacked it in a huge mop at the top of her head. She waved her hair at them and said pertly, "No." And they all giggled. Sarah Charlotte discussed her belt instead, and where she had found it, and how many shops she had been to before finding the perfect one, and what the earrings had cost. After lunch, a sick heaviness settled where the silliness had been. Janie's head began pounding. When she tried to swallow, nothing happened. Her throat thickened and went dry. Fifth period history, the teachers passed out a list of permitted choices for the winter term project. Sarah Charlotte said in a high-pitched British masterpiece theater voice, "Shall I look into changing world opinion on the dropping of atom bombs on Japan, my dears, or shall I examine the personalities of Soviet leaders from Stalin to Gorbachev?" I've never said that out loud before. I feel slightly faint from the excitement of it all. Thank you, Maximus. I am. This is the last chapter that I'm reading, though, because I've been reading all night. And I got work tomorrow. So we're going to be left on a cliffhanger, unfortunately. The teacher ignored Sarah Charlotte and sent them all to the library. "You're to do preliminary research. Read articles on subjects that interest you so that you may make an informed decision about a topic you'll be investigating for many weeks." The class charged to the library. "From the pace we're setting," observed Sarah Charlotte, "you would think we actually wanted to do this." The librarian, Mr. Yampolsky, was everybody's best buddy. He never gave detention to boys who stood on the library tables using newspapers for wings while they played Superman. He never yelled at people who had forgotten how to use the card catalog. He never suggested you should peruse the Wall Street Journal when what you wanted to do was look at movie stars in teen magazine. "Hey, Janie, babe. How's Mom?" "She's great. Probably can't wait till next summer so she can help you with the inventory again." How plausible I sound, thought Janie. Perhaps I'll get used to lying, and it will turn real, the way my parents' lives have turned real for them. "Listen, inventory is the light of my life since your mother started doing it with me. So what's the term, paper kid? Lay it on me. Let's get your reference books out here." Mr. Yampolsky was always twice as excited about your project than you were. If you were fascinated by cowboys, he'd be sure to locate a book on cowboys in Argentina, or a National Geographic article about cowboys in the Ukraine, and then he'd want to sit with you and exclaim over the pictures. There was nothing Mr. Yampolsky enjoyed more than sharing knowledge. "We're here to look at the prom issue of 17, said Sarah Charlotte. Even Mr. Yampolsky might have argued with that, but too many classes were pouring into the library to fight her. Why the prom issue, said Janie. It's only November. You're bound to be going to the senior prom with Reeve, said Sarah Charlotte. He hasn't asked me. Of course he hasn't asked you. Boys never think farther ahead than the next meal. But you have to plan, Janie, especially with your red hair. You can't just wear any color. Now, what do you think of this white gown? Too wedding-y, said Adair, turning the page immediately. I hate sharing anything, said Sarah Charlotte, especially magazines. When you hold it, I can't see Adair. Let's get all the prom issues going back as many years as the library has. Then I won't be subjected to all this sharing. Mr. Yampolsky. Sarah Charlotte, he yelled back. Do we have back issues of 17? She yelled. Why doesn't anybody ever want my back issues of the New York Times? He yelled. Because nobody cares about garbage strikes in New Jersey, yelled Sarah Charlotte, triumphant. 17 lay open to a particularly repulsive dress, with layers of tacky lime green ruffles and ribbon trim. The words New Jersey paralyzed Janie for a moment. She felt that the whole room had turned around and was pointing at her, silent mouths shouting, you, 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 the way they would for fouls at basketball games. The New York Times covers New Jersey, said Janie. Her heart was pounding so hard she could actually see the vibrations of her blouse. I thought it was for New York City. You're so ignorant, Janie, absorbed Adair. And no, you could not appear in public in a neon green dress. Turn the page. The New York Times covers the world, my dear, said Mr. Yampolsky, with special emphasis on recent news of the greater metropolitan area of New York. A thin, wispy shudder ran through Janie, like a little snake tunneling. Kidnappings are news events, she thought. How many years do we have? 20, microfilmed. You want some? I'm offering an especially good price today. We'd rather have an especially good price than a prom dress, said Sarah Charlotte. Soviet leaders were bound to have been doing something 12 years ago. Janie walked up to their history teacher and asked to do Stalin through Gorbachev. That name is going to get me every single time. He was truly thrilled, as if this request meant that teaching was worthwhile after all. Janie felt guilty. She would have to do an extra good job on the term paper now, or he would suspect something. But there was no way she could look up New Jersey here at school, where Mr. Yampolsky would read over her shoulder, soaking up the knowledge alongside her. When the final bell rang, she left the building immediately, climbing on a different bus from the one that went to her street. People spoke to Janie, demanding to know why she was trespassing on their bus, but she did not hear them. She got off at the town library and went inside. I had to fix how I was sitting. I'm going to be honest, for as much as we can rag about Janie going back and forth, she is making moves. She is making moves so consistently. She went to New Jersey. She said, okay, I can't go back to New Jersey. Let's go to the fucking library. She's trying it. She's trying it. The librarian there showed her how to use the many-volumed index to the Times, showed her how to find the spool of film in its little file drawer, how to thread it into the viewing machine, how to print out the page if she wanted a copy instead of taking notes. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, Janie is not stupid. Yes, she is lying to herself, okay, my parents are my parents, but, she's not dumb. She's just grieving. She knows that those aren't her parents. She knows that her parents are kidnappers, but she needs evidence. She needs the evidence. The only thing I can't back her for is that she refuses to call the number. But to be fair to her, She doesn't want to call the number without having evidence, I think. I think if she calls the number and they're like, okay, we're going to call the police, she feels like her parents would like gaslight her. So if she has like evidence, like, okay, like, yeah, I found the milk carton and I found these news articles and like I found all of this, I think then she'll like call the police or she'll call the number on the milk carton and she'll be like, okay, I've found all the evidence that I can't find, you know, everything has been strange and now I can call. But she hasn't like exhausted all of her options yet. Thank you, said Janie, waiting for the librarian to leave her alone. She had read somewhere that when doctors told patients they had cancer and were dying, the patients invariably ended the conversations by saying, "Thank you." She felt she had a cancer of of madness inside of her brain. The demon of her daymares, its little fingernails scraping. She turned to the index for 12 years ago, looking over her shoulder to make sure that nobody was watching her. She looked up, Spring Genie. It was listed. It was real. It had more than one entry. Day after day, they had followed the case of the stolen 3-year-old. She walked toward the microfilm drawers as if she were buying dirty magazines. Opening the shallow drawer, she read labels on white boxes until she found the right date, and then took her spool of film. Over by the window, a potted tree had grown large and lofty. Nobody had expected it to flourish in the dry library, but now nobody wanted to cut it back. Leaves hung into the science fiction books, and one branch curled over the microfilm viewer. Janie ducked underneath the bright green leaves and sat on a metal stool. She wound the film on the machine and turned it on, and watched the New York Times appear on the screen. She had thought they would save only the important articles, like what the president was doing, but no. Everything was there, from classified ads to fashion photos. She spun the knob, leaping past one day and onto another. It was difficult to focus, difficult to operate. What if Sarah Charlotte or Adair comes up behind me and wants to know what I'm doing? She thought. She was out of breath. Her brain had ballooned into a misshapen thing filled with demons while her lungs had contracted like flat tires. And she was suffocating in the library stacks. And then quite suddenly, her own picture stared back at her, the same one that had been on the milk carton. No ransom had been asked for little Jeannie Spring, read the caption. Hope that the 3-year-old wandered away and would be found, as diminished by the National Guard units, gave up the search. She read about the shopping mall, the lack of clues, the search. She read quotes from neighbors and police. At the bottom of the column, in a different typeface, it said, continued on page 34. Janie scrolled to page 34. A 3-column photograph appeared on the screen. It was a family portrait. Parents, grandparents, and the children lined up. Babies on laps and smiles on faces. She closed her eyes. It's them. If I look at them, they'll exist. If I read page 34, I'll know their names. They mustn't become real. Mother and Daddy are real. I don't want New Jersey to be real. She kept her eyes closed and fumbled for the light switch. When she had turned off the machine, the page had vanished. She rolled the film back up and put it in its box. She had to hold on to the edge of the table to find sufficient strength to stand up. Reed was beside her. She stared at him, still struggling for breath. I followed you, he said, in my Jeep. I wanted to give you a ride home. I wanted you to ride with me every day, always. and you got on the bus. Janie was so aware of his maleness. They shared nothing except a kiss in the leaves and another on the sidewalk. Are you in trouble with your parents? Reeve rolled his eyes. My father wanted to know where I got the money for the trip. See, they think the first step in preventing drug abuse is preventing access to money, and they knew I didn't have much. So, like a jerk, I said I charged it all to the American Express, and my father took the motel receipt out of my wallet. Oh, never mind. Oh no, but I think, I don't know. Her mother could tell his mother could tell her mother still. I don't know, this is still my lock. I don't know, I'm still locking that in. I'm still locking it in. Oh, yikes, said Janie. You don't think they'll tell my parents, do you? They promised not to. They said your mother and father have enough to worry about already. Do you tell them we didn't actually do anything? Yes. Did you think they believe you? What do you think? Said Reeve. Would you believe your 17-year-old son if he... A body came between them, thick, middle-aged female. The librarian here was not understanding about flirtation in the stacks as Mr. Yampolsky. In a dry, sarcastic voice, she said, Are we doing a term paper? And if so, may I inquire as to the subject? Cults, said Reeve without missing a beat. The Hare Krishna, how they went from being an idealistic organization of peace hippies to a major league crime like drugs and kidnapping. He had said the kidnap out loud. Janie felt truly endangered, as if somebody would notice, call the police or the FBI, or arrest her mother. Oh no, Reeve, she gasped. Quick, give me a dime. I have to call my mother. I'm not home. She'll be worried. I have to tell her I'm here. Janie could not hardly punch the payphone buttons to put the call through. What if her mother had already panicked, already gone to the schools, found Janie had not taken her own bus? Hello, said her mother. Mommy. Janie was sick with relief. Lunch threatened to return. Don't worry. I'm at the library. I'm looking up a term paper. I meant to call you before I came. Sarah Charlotte says I've been in outer space all day. Were you worried? Are you all right? I'm fine, said her mother. Is that true? No, it's a lie. I'm a wreck. Your father's at a soccer game, so I couldn't call him to say you were missing again. Mommy, I haven't been to a game of his yet. Reeve's here. He'll drive me. I'll meet you at the soccer field, okay? I don't even think we should go to that fucking soccer field. Okay, anyway, this is where we're gonna pause. Where am I? Where even am I? We finished chapter 13. I wanted to get to, what chapter did I want to get to? Well, I read a little bit further than I wanted to get to. We did chapter 7, so 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we read 7 chapters, so next time we're going to be on chapter 14. Yeah, next time we're going to finish this. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's it. Next time we are finishing the rest of this book. I'm so excited. I'm so excited because I have no idea where this is all going to go. I think as we're closing my lock, I still think Reeve's mother could tell Janie's mother that they went to a motel. And I think that could still blow everything up, so I'm going to keep my lock. I also think Janie might start looking up cults and then realize that everything that her parents told her was bullshit. I don't know. I don't know about that cult, so maybe the cult is real, but I definitely don't think that her mom is a part of the cult. I think that family that she saw in New Jersey is her family. Even if Janie doesn't want to look at the family pictures, I think that's her family. And that's all. I don't know. And I also think she should not fuck Reeve. I don't think she should do anything with Reeve. I don't even think they should be dating each other until they've got this shit sorted. That's how I feel about that. But I do like their relationship, and I think it's very innocent and sweet. And that's all. It's been 4 hours. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to everybody that tuned into stream today. I do really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me, doing the thing with me as per usual, because your time is super valuable. Next time, I'm going to finish this book and then we'll digest. And then I don't actually know if there's more book after this because I just don't see how they're gonna wrap this shit up. So I'm like, actually, there might be a sequel. So I might just read the sequel, not next stream. Like next stream, I'll probably just like next stream I'll probably just finish the rest of the book because we have the rest, and then we'll do like just chatting, whatever it might be, because it's gonna take me like 3 hours for me to read the rest of the book, and then we'll have like an hour of like digesting. I just don't understand how we can wrap this shit up in like 4 chapters. I'm like, Janie, you have to kill these people. Like, Janie has to like kill her parents. Like, that has to be the end of this story. Because like, I don't even believe that they'd go to jail. I actually don't even believe that. These people, I think these people would run away. I don't even think they'd go to jail. So like, I think they would run. So like, Janie, you've got to shoot these people. I don't know. But I'm excited to read that next week. If you want to see me not doing ASMR, well, if you want to see me doing ASMR, I'll be back next week and I'll do more ASMR. But if you only on Wednesday, I mean, to be fair, the police are useless IRL, but like, they would have to wait for the police to get to them. You know what I mean? And like, I just don't think, like, I think if they knew that Janie knew, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the police knew that Janie, or not, shouldn't say the police, if Miranda and Frank knew that Janie was about to call the police, I think they'd just run. I honestly just think they'd run, to be honest. Like, I think they'd run. But I still think they'd gaslight the fuck out of her before we even got to that point. Like, I think we have like one more round of gaslighting left in the story. Before anything can happen. I think we got one more round of gaslighting, you know what I mean? You know what would be cool? I just don't think he's gonna do that though. I just had this thought. What if her brother, her actual brother, like her biological brother, who saw her, well, he didn't see her. Well, we don't know if we saw her. That's just what Janie thought. But I don't know. What if he I don't, could you have done that back in the day? I don't know. This is like early 90s slash 2000s. I was gonna say, like, what if he will like track the what is it called, the license plate that was on the Jeep, because he was staring at the Jeep. But I'm like, I don't even know, could he have done that? Like, nowadays it's so easy to look up somebody by their license plate, but I'm like, I actually don't know what it looks like to do that back in the day. Would he have done that? I don't know, because I was thinking about, like, what if somebody from her family comes to her door and is like, what the fuck? Like, what if that's how this book is gonna end? I would lose my mind. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out next time. It's gonna be great. Thank you, Maxie. It's gonna be great. If you want to see me ASMR next week, we'll finish this book. And if you want to see me not doing ASMR this weekend, I'm playing Deltarune because the chapter came out today, or yesterday actually. The newest chapter came out yesterday, so I'm gonna play Deltarune on my main channel this weekend, and that'll be fun. If no one's told you today, you are loved, you are valued, and you are so, so, so valued. I don't feel like reading out. Like, my chest hurts and I'd like to go lie down. This book has me stressed. I want to go lie down. So I'm just going to leave you. I hope you know you're loved, you're valued, and you are appreciated. And I will see you next time. Okay? Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Mwah. Goodbye.